네, 안녕하세요.
Good morning. International Symposium of Science Museums 2022 will begin, and my name is Yuman Son from Kwachan National Science Museum. I will serve as a moderator for this invited session. Despite your busy schedules, all the distinguished guests participated in this session. Thank you very much. This session is joined by many participants online and offline. In the venue, we have so many empty seats. However, we have many participants joined online. And this session too will be very interesting. So I believe we are all excited. So I would like to introduce the distinguished invited speakers for session 2. First of all, we have the director Sigrid Falla of Maloka Science Museum. Next, we have President Jinyoung of Openhouse Seoul. Last but not least, we are joined by Vice President Ganigar Chen of National Science Museum, Thailand. Then we would like to begin the presentation. The first presenter is going to talk about the citizen participation in the Science Museum in Latin America. The presenter is Director Sigrid Falla. I would like to invite her to the podium. Distinguished participants, please give her a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Are you listening? Fine, okay. So it is a pleasure for me to be here. I want to say thank you for the National Science Museum for inviting me to this session. And I also want to join the expression of condolences that other participants had done to the people from Korea for the tragic loss of last weekend. And our heart from Colombia is with all of you. So my presentation is going to be about the experience of Maloka Science Center, which is a science museum located in Bogota, Colombia. This is the capital of our country. And our science museum has been open for almost 25 years from today. We have, during these pandemic years, 180,000 attendees per year in average. And the museum has also seven exhibit halls in different topics, which I'm going to explain later. 10 spaces for public laboratory for experiments. And we also have a program of traveling exhibitions that have been traveling around our country. At this moment, our exhibition have visited the 32 departments or states in Colombia and also have been in Ecuador and Panama. And we also have educational programs in STEM. So we work with 4,000 children of different ages in programs that I want to share with you today. But the first thing that I want to speak about is the challenges that we face in Latin America as science museums and science centers. So We are a continent which is very diverse. We are 650 million people in all, if we add the population of all the countries in Latin America, and we have more or less 150 science museums and science centers in different countries, mostly in Mexico, in Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and some of them in other countries. And actually, there are some like Paraguay, which is at this moment building its first science center. We don't have notice of science centers in Bolivia, for example, so it's really a diverse continent. And most of the museums are small museums. So if we add the visitors or the people that they can reach, is less than the 10% of the population of the continent or of the country. And the other challenge is that we have huge disparities, not only among countries, as I already said, some of them have hundreds of science centers or science museum or science communication institutions, and some of them have a few. But also we have huge differences between access to education of quality. In Colombia, for example, the difference between private and public education is really high. Also among rural and urban context, and with the participation of women in STEM areas in different fields. So what we have to do is a lot to make people participate in science, and those are the reflections that move the work that we do at Maloka. So we in Colombia have a concept or work on a concept which is the social appropriation of science. This is actually the name of our public policy to foster relationship among science and society. And the main characteristic of the concept of social appropriation of science and technology is that it's really contextualized. So we understand that the communities have knowledge and have interest in different aspects, and that science and technology has a role to play which is very particular for every community. And so it challenges us to think about programs that really relate to the reality and the interest of those communities, and to have them being part of every aspect of the design of the activities and the programs, which is not easy, and we have been learning how to work on that. So what we think about the role of museums is that even when it is important to share information with the public, this is not our main role or our main mission. Our main mission is to support citizens to understand themselves as producers of knowledge. I mean, it's not only being part of the knowledge society is not only about knowing many facts and information, but also like it is building a self-identity as a subject that is capable to build knowledge and to be part of these dynamics. So it is not only, as I already said, about interpreting information or being this recipient of the knowledge that others build, but being part of the dynamics of science and technology. So reflecting about this process, we as a science museum have to ask ourselves questions about what is science, for example, what is the meaning of science, and we understand science as a social process that is embedded in community and society that has economical, political, cultural implications. So it is a very situated and contextualized process. And also, we ask ourselves also, what is the concept of learning? Because there are some like common understandings of learning as the acquirement of knowledge, but it is also about having values, ethics, attitudes, and skills to be part of this process. So one of the things that we have done recently about working as a science museum in our context is to find what are those topics that our community and our society is thinking about. And one of those, which is a huge issue in Colombia, is building peace. Because we are a country that has had an internal conflict that is very complex, and I'm not going to explain, but has been all around us for 60 years, 60 decades of internal conflict with different implications. So we ask ourselves, what does science has to do with it? How can it help to build peace? And how the museum as an agora, taking the metaphor that John spoke about that yesterday, how can we promote meaningful conversations about our context? So we designed this exhibition, which is named The Science of Love and Forgiveness, and it's an exhibition that brings the knowledge of neuroscience, psychology, humanities, and arts to support our visitors for understanding their own emotions and to understand how those emotions relate in the way we stay with others, in the way we relate to others. And also, we brought some concepts about forgiveness that have been part of the reflections of psychology. And one of the interesting things is about forgiveness is that the person that feels the most benefits of forgiveness is the person that forgives, actually, because it takes out a heavy thoughts and wants and let the people be more quiet and happy with their lives. So we are inviting our people to understand those concepts in their own life and experience, and also we invite the people to share their own emotions. So for example, this board with colors is a place where we are asking the children that visit Maloka what makes them sad and share it with others. So when you read what they are telling, they are speaking about like losing pets or being without their families or different kinds of things. So when you see what makes sad others, you start reflect yourself on them. And this is important for having those conversations about building peace, not as in the context of a society, but in the context of individuals. So this is one of the things that we have done recently and that we are still working on, thinking about our own context. One thing that happened with this exhibition is that we made it in the usual process. So for the science of love and forgiveness, we we consulted experts in different disciplines and worked with them in the design of the narrative of the exhibition. But we wanted to go further in building our experiences with the public. So the next adventure that we went on was this exhibition that is to foster empathy and is named Migrate, an Act of Courage. And it relates to a reality that our museum is facing because some of you may know that we have been facing a huge immigration from Venezuela to other countries of Latin America, and Colombia is the closest neighbor, so we have been receiving a lot of Venezuelan immigrants. And even when we have in Bogota been receiving immigrants from other parts of the country, we were not used to receive foreigner. They are not that far immigrants. So a situation we are facing still a situation of xenophobia against Venezuelans. And Maloka happens to be in the neighborhood where is the bus terminal. So in our neighborhood, we are receiving the first moment of immigration of Venezuelans. So we decided to do something about that. Again, we asked ourselves, what does science has to say about immigration? So we started building this exhibition, actually with the help of a very good friend of Ganigar and me, Polly McKenna-Kress. We started doing a process of intensive prototyping involving not only the experts that were researching about immigration, but actually the immigrant population that we were seeing in the streets in Bogota. So this process was really a co-creation process that involved the experts and researchers that were understanding this phenomena in Colombia, but also the people that were living the experience and institutions that were working with those immigrants. So the picture that you see is in the street is the team of Maloka in the street of the neighborhood, doing rapid prototyping of the exhibitions and asking some immigrants that were on the streets working with our team in thinking about this experience. And we followed the process with these different kinds of processes of participation, such as in-depth interviews. The exhibition shows the real story of 8 immigrants that have a different experience and which live a different kind of migration for different reasons. We made 2 workshops with Venezuelan immigrants. We work with children that are in the public schools and are from Venezuela. We invited them to visit Maloka, and actually we celebrated a Christmas in the Venezuelan tradition. So it was really the process of understanding and building conversation among different actors facing this specific issue. And the exhibition was thought for children, but welcoming adults, and it has been really a place where our visitors can speak openly about this, about their feelings about immigration, and to think about their own story of immigration, because all we have one story of immigration, and help to reduce these feelings of xenophobia against this population. So that is like the exhibition side of co-creating with our communities. And there are also educational programs that we have been working on, and one of those were something that we learned during the pandemic, during the COVID, because needless to say that it was a challenging situation for everyone. But in Colombia, and I am pretty sure in many countries, we have children that didn't have any internet connection or access to education during those times. So we decided to do something about that. And we started this program, which is named Let's Learn at Home with Maloka, where we decided to make the houses of the children exploration stations. And we designed different educational resources that were printed and digital, and we sent those materials to the homes of the children. But also the challenge at this moment, and I think now and always, is that parents are not educated to support learning of children. So we also decided to make educational resources for families and for the teachers. And one special thing about this process is that we didn't design the materials thinking about a specific topic, but thinking about developing skills and scientific attitudes in the children. So the materials have a wide diversity of topics, and actually we asked the children and educators about what were their interests, and we developed the materials on those topics. So for example, the first one, those materials are for elementary school and preschoolers, and one of the materials, the topic was where does the poop come from, which is something that a children is asking, and as I said, we sent those materials to the houses of 26,000 families in rural and urban context of Bogota. And the last program that I want to share with you is this one, which is in English, STEAM Girls. This is a program that we also designed during the pandemic and has been really successful, because we have been working with children from 12 to 15 ages, only girls. And it's a program in which we deliver also different kinds of materials. Okay, I'm about to finish. And we invite women scientists as mentors to work with the girls. And also we have these different resources like synchronic sessions with our educators, and a platform when they can have self-guided education. And it has been really an interesting process, because we have built a confident space for girls to build their self-identity in STEAM fields. And the results are really inspiring for us. So some 90% of them said that the program was a safe space, a confident space to share their ideas. They identified new interests in STEM fields. And actually, the program is important because they built a self-identity in science. So, and this is my last slide. What I want to share in our reflection is that relevance is an ongoing question, and it is really situated and contextualized, and depending on the context where we are working and with the people we are working for. So Science Museum is what we really thought is what we really think is a place to build capacities in the people to be part of the knowledge society as knowledge producers. And this is the ongoing challenge that we are facing day to day in our museum. Thank you. Thank you very much.
예, 발표가
Thank you very much for the presentation. So Maloka Science Museum is located in Latin America, and it is overcoming the gap between the rural and urban area, and it makes citizens to become the producer of knowledge. So it is serving as agora. So we would like to have a Q&A session. First of all, I would like to ask for the participants in offline venue. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Is there any question in the venue? Yes, one question here.
Thank you so much for that talk. It's very inspiring, I think, especially to think of the work you are doing in a context which, as you describe it politically, is so unstable. And I wondered if you could reflect on how you continue with these community projects in that larger and, by the sound of it, rather unstable context. What influence does this the larger conflicts which have plagued your country for so long, how does that impact your work as a science museum?
Well, it impacts us in many ways, but I think the most important impact that we feel is that we are in a specific country with specific realities, and science and technology have to play a specific role in this context. So this is because, of course, in our science museum, when you visit it, you find physics exhibitions and biology exhibitions and natural science exhibitions, and we speak about basic concept of science because it is important, but we can, and I don't know if the word is reduce our content to those like classical topics of a science museum. So one thing is, what are the contents that are relevant for this country and for these regions? And the other thing is, how can we build self-confidence in our children and in the youth to feel hope? Because the youth is in some ways hopeless. Some of them don't see a future. So this program, for example, STEAM Girls had been doing a really, really meaningful job in building this hope in the girls. They now, when we ask them what they feel about themselves, they say, I wanted to study this, and I have these questions, and I think I can build artifacts, and this has been a safe place to speak about. And actually, with the STEAM girls, the confidence among those girls is so big that they have telling us difficult stories that doesn't have to do with science or education, but with their personal story. And actually, we have been working on a kind of psychosocial approach also, because it is not only about learning science, but about building a community.
예, 이 다음.
Yes, next question.
For so many inspiring programs. I wanted to ask about those that take place in the museum, because I wondered about visitors who come to science museums may expect exhibits on biology and physics, but are maybe not expecting an exhibit about empathy or about migration. What are people's reactions like, and have you thought about that part of the experience?
Thanks for that question, because I didn't speak about that. Some people wonders why are you speaking about this? Actually, I didn't speak about other exhibition that is not longer in Maloka. There is a national office that works with the victims of the conflict, and we built together an exhibition that speaks about their testimonies of resilience and how they live this conflict. And it says a particular story about the conflict, which is the story of the national government, and it has facts, but we are in a conflict. So people see the conflict in different ways, and some of them feel shocked for what they say because, for example, it says we have 8 million of victims of the conflict, and they say that's not true. I haven't had anything to do with that, or who has caused the violence and these kind of things. So it has challenged us a lot on how to mediate in these conversations, not only about the topic of the exhibition, but also about the role of a science museum. Because the science museum is not only an amusement place, as you said yesterday, or a place to go and stay well and enjoy, but it's also about reflection, and some people are not expecting that. So we have to work a lot on this conversation with the public.
네, 세 번째 질문.
I would like to invite the third question.
English or Korean?
예. 한국어로 하겠습니다.
Let me speak in Korean. Yesterday, we saw the presentation from MIT Museum, and today, I think we had a presentation in the same line. Of course, the situation is different. In April, I visited Maloka, and I was surprised by two factors. The two factors are, I visited many science centers, and there are many docents, but I've never seen that happy docent from any other science center. So I realized that they're considering this not as a job, rather they are enjoying this work. So I was very impressed, and that was the second part. And when I arrived Maloka Science Center, I saw the exhibition of the victims for 8 million victims, and I was very impressed, and it was very shocking. And I questioned whether this is possible in Science Center. 40 years ago, in Gwangju, a nearby city in Korea, more than 400 people died. And we were shocked by the death of 400 people, and 8 million is even bigger number. And I questioned whether we can address this problem in Science Museum. For example, can we talk about the Gwangju incident in Daejeon Science Museum? There might be various social pressure. People may ask why Science Museum handles this kind of content. I believe the situation would be similar in Maloka. Internally, you may have some questions why, as a science center, we need to handle this issue. And there might be financial issues as well. And at the end, you also talked about the migrants from Venezuela. You want to have the inclusion of Venezuelan people. And there might be some people who are opposing about the accepting the immigrants from Venezuela. So what kind of discussion did you have internally to convince the opposition? And how did you address the opposition? Can you provide some detailed cases?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, the first debate about having this topic in the museum was inside the team of Maloka, because some of our colleagues don't think that this is a topic for a science museum, which led us a discussion about what science is, because we have like a kind of interpretation of that of science are natural sciences, but actually for us science is understanding the world, understanding the society, understanding ourselves. So this was the first step to say, okay, immigration is a social phenomenon. So we can bring this social phenomenon here and try to understand it not only from the perspective of the social scientists, but also from the perspective of the people that actually are experience this social phenomena. So that was the first step. And the second one was to bring partners to this idea. But actually, I think that was the easiest part, because the government in Colombia is worried about this issue, and there is an international organization of immigrants from the United Nations that supported the initiative. So the other part of this is that when we have an issue that is concerning your community and your society, you are not the only one that is worried about that. You have partners. So if you find those partners, you can have this possibility of having a welcoming place to speak about difficult issues that you as a community are facing, and where science has a role to play. So this is the way we think about the work that we are doing now, and thinking about next steps.
예, 너무 좋고.
Thank you very much for the excellent question and answer. And due to the limited time, we would like to conclude the Q&A session, and further questions will be asked during the Q&A session. Thank you very much, and please give her a big round of applause.
이제 마지막으로 세 번.
Last but not least, I would like to invite the third presenter. The title is Museum Program Designed to Empower Active Aging and Promote Intergeneration Communication. The presenter is Vice President Ganigar Chen of National Science Museum, Thailand. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. And I would like to first thank to the organizer, Daejeong National Science Museum, for inviting me to join this symposium. It was quite refreshing to be able to meet old friends and new friends, and to update our ideas and the works and inside museum field. And we have to thank Daejeong National Science Museum for made this possible. I'm from Thailand. You might heard a lot about Thailand, or some of you might have visited us, and your memory about Thailand would be about Thai food, nice beach. So today I hope to add one more thing about Thailand. It's about our museum, the National Science Museum. We are, just a moment. Okay. Well, we are a state enterprise under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research, and Innovation, and we are located about 40 kilometers north of Bangkok. It will take you about an hour drive from Bangkok to our museum. At this moment, we have 4 museums that is under operation: the Science Museum, Natural History Museum, Information Technology Museum, and Ramanai Ecology Museum. In about 3 years' time, we are going to open a new museum called Futurium. It's going to be about innovation and the future skill. Well, about me, I have worked for the museum for about 20 years. And my background is science, biochemistry, and also education. I work a lot in international relation, collaboration as well. Uh, but I think the beauty of working in science education and international collaboration is that you have got a chance to see various ways museum can be a place, for that really contribute to the community, to the public. I have a lot of passion and interest in community engagement and sustainability. Part of it because of my inspiration I got from Professor Mamoru Mori, the speaker yesterday, when he was the president of ASPAC network. And also part of it from my experience as a noise leadership program that was, let's say, organized by STC. And that's how we learn how much museum can do to be part of the community. And that's how I met Sigrid and many other friends in this field. Back to ISSM Thailand. Well, I have already mentioned we have 4 museums, and also we run 3 science centers, one in Bangkok, one in Chiang Mai, which is the northern part of Thailand, and one in Korat, which is in the northeastern part of Thailand. We also run a few outreach programs, quite extensive, because we cover about 20 provinces a year, covering about 200,000 students. And we bring all sorts of activities together with our science caravan, exhibition, science laboratory program, makers, teachers training, and etc. Well, we also the national coordinator for Science Festival, which is organized every August, similar to in Korea. And in this science festival, we hope to be able to collaborate with Korea in the future. Well, as one of the ASPAC member, we recently worked a lot on SDG agendas, especially on climate, water, soil, and biodiversity. There are many projects as an aspect cross-country project like photo contest on rivers and oceans, or science drama competition for youth that I hope that in the future, we might be able to work together with Korea as well. Well, my talk today is going to be about our new movement towards aging society. Many of you may realize that countries like us, Thailand, Korea, Japan, are entering aging society. In the past, museums are very much focusing on young generation, which undoubtedly very important to cultivate young minds. However, we should also take into account another majority of the society, which in a way will also need opportunity to learn and live well. The latest book of John Fork, the director of Institute of Informal Learnings, he studied about impact of museums for many years and in many ways. In this book, he summarized an interesting finding about our visitors, that values of museums, not only on intellectual well-beings, but also on personal well-beings, physical well-beings, and social well-beings. So I think we as museum might have to also see more how we could make sure that we maintain that values to the society and this morning we heard from Sigrid as well how we can do that. Based on UNESCO definition of active aging, growing more years in one's life with good health, participation to the society, and sense of security is considered as active aging. So Science Museum, as part of the community, we have so much, let's say, good facilities and many activities and values to offer. So, for example, we have a nature of science and art, storytelling. We have hands-on learning and interaction. We have positive and enjoyable experiences offered. We have opportunity for creativity. And also we are a safe and open space for all. So how can we make use of these attributes to support aging society, just like we support the learning and growth of the young generation? Can museum be a friendly space for elderly, just like for kids and family, a place where older adults can learn, progress, and enjoy, a place that they can feel empowered, gain confidence, and have identity? Can we help strengthen senior citizens to be valued member of the society and to be a space to encourage collaborative and understanding among people of different generations? So we start with 3 questions. How can we empower older adults to be the contributor in the museum, in addition to being visitors? Of course, our museum have programs for senior citizens to enjoy, to visit, but how can we empower them not only to be visitors, but to be a contributor in the museum too? In many museums in US or Japan, I understand that they have made senior volunteer programs, but in Thailand we don't have it yet for many reasons. So we would like to take one step further to explore this. How can this be organized? Second question is, today the generation gap between young and old people are getting wider. Families in the city are more like smaller size with single family, only one parents and only parents and kids, and they no longer live with the grandparents. So empathy is less. Sometimes young generation do not understand physical limitation of the older people or appreciate the value of the older generation because they have so little time to be together. If this gap is wider, society will have less and less empathy and wider generation gap. And our third question is, can we use some of the museum activities to upskill older adults and at the same time allow them to unleash their creativities? Science Museum is a great place for creativity. How can we make use of that? Okay. So we finally decide to develop 4 programs with funding of our National Research Councils. The first project is to empower older adults to communicate arts and traditional technology to science museum visitors. We choose this because we want to start with something not too technical, but related to history, science, culture, and also we would like to complement our Thai traditional technology gallery on the top floor of our museum, which is quite interesting in terms of content, but not yet so interactive. So we first identify local community in our province, Pathum Thani, that still work on producing traditional products. And we visit the communities, meet the elderly people there, ask them if they would be interested to join the museum in this project and work on, a communication skill development. We finally got 5 communities agree to take part. And that is not easy because usually these group of elderly, older people, they stay in the community. They also teach someone who are interested and come by, and they are quite shy. But then we are very glad that they finally accept the challenge and then decide to work with us on this project. So what we start is we get back to interview them. We want to know what would be their concern or worry if they have to come and, let's say, work in the museum with us. And then we start to prepare the support that they concern, help developing some of the media to help them communicate, and then also organize some training programs. The group has to, after the coming to join our training session, they have to go back and organize that group, organize all the materials, and then do some rehearsal. What I just show here are the 5 groups that produce some traditional products in their community. So that's something about silk, paper, silk clay jar, or some materials, some herbal balms, or some hot compressed ball, okay, and traditional flags, and also rice straw paper. Okay. Well, this is how it happens during the rehearsal. We found that the elderly group seems to enjoy a lot in the training session. They kind of learning from each other as well in the training that, well, they can do a lot of things if they learning from each other. Okay. We finally put them in the gallery on Saturday and Sunday morning. Let them run the workshops with visitors who register to be part of the research programs. Most of the people who came are family group. Okay. Our staff then stay back and let them do the workshop totally on their own. And what we found was pretty amazing. The elderly group were very active, and they were so happy to support with support we provide, including all the tools and panels and videos, and they can use those tools very effectively in their demonstration. Looking from the visitors' perspective, we got very good feedback from the visitors. Several families realized that their kids never learn how to about this kind of a traditional culture, and also many of them start to feel bonded with the senior volunteers we have in the museum space. The parents mentioned that it's different from the activities that our staff run because their children can listen and learn many stories from the real wisdom. And they have so much to tell. And more than that, the senior citizens themselves, they are very, they feel very lively. They feel like they have their grandchildren, talking to them, and they don't want to even stop, doing the activity. There are other people, new visitors coming, and they watch the activity. They want to do it as well. So our senior educators offer to run extra round of activity for them. So for the findings, we found that to empower the senior citizen as a science communicators, we as a museum can support in some term of organization of the event, co-create the materials such as video, graphic panels, and display to make the setting more suitable for the museum. We can help by making the senior citizen feel more relaxed in the museum environment, allow them to rehearse and structure their communication. And the very effective storytelling by the senior citizen have a great impact on the visitors. We've found an expected bonding between senior citizens and visitors, and it's a great opportunity for kids to feel attached and be inspired by them. And more surprisingly, some of the families follow to the community and then also want to learn more about this group of community. For the second project, we organize program to encourage three-generation interactions. Some survey on the top. After we did some survey on the topic, we decided to use activities on energy and put it as a one-day programs with various activities, including demonstration, experiment, museum walk rally, and simple design thinking challenge. We open up for families to register to join the program with condition that participants must come in a family of 3 generations. All activities are offered for free. Then they attend these one-day activities on energy, and we made some observation of the interaction among members of the family together with the post-visit interview. The result was not what we expect, but interesting. Not all activities show positive result in promoting intergeneration interaction. There seemed to be some sort of stereotyping in some activities, such as doing experiment, that the grandparents will ask to stay away and watch because it's too complicated, and museum walk rally was not so pleasant after 15 minutes walk due to the different physical strength of the member of the family. However, we found that the activities such as design thinking and makers turned to be good for 3-generation interaction. It's interesting that the modern parents are not so good at making, but the elderly generation are more experienced and hands-on and can help from their experience in cutting, making, and the grandparents, for the first time, learn about the grandchildren, for the first time, learn about the talent of their grandparents. Also, challenges we gave in the maker activity allow sharing of ideas, testing, playing together, sharing some same goals to collaborate and win the game. Some of the participants said they never had such activity or conversation like this at home before. They might go back home and try this at home. What moved us a lot is when the grandparents mentioned that they hardly have opportunity to go out to a place like museum and spend such a quality time with such interaction with the children and grandchildren. Because when they are home together, everyone seems to have their own space and stay with their own activity. So for the third program, we decided to use traditional toy making, which is usually run as an education program for children workshop in our museum. But we decided to use this program to empower the senior citizen skills of making and also creativity. This is a longer program. It's a 3-day training program. And we work with elderly center in the province to open up for registration. We have as many as almost 100 applicants, and we put them into 2 groups, two rounds of training. These 3 days workshop start from ice breaking, bonding, and learning about traditional Thai toys, and then some of the basic principle, science principle behind the Thai toys. Then the participants learn how to make the toys, various toys, and after they have the first one, they can make their own design. We also taught them about packaging and digital marketing so that they can use the knowledge of this to promote their own products in the future. From this project, it was much fun for them and for us. We found that good atmosphere, trusted environment among peers, clear goal setting, and good collaboration can happen. Actually, we also involve experts in elderly care psychology in the program development and training. Although we have to use difficult tools, they have to learn how to use difficult tools, but because of the support and the relaxed atmosphere, most of them can make it. Yeah. And more importantly, we found that the elderly show a lot of creativity in toy making. They show much enjoyment and pride to their products and their own stories. I think it is the value creation for their life. So this group of senior citizens end up having new skills in toy making, finding enjoyment in using creativity to design and make, and learn on digital marketing, and was inspired to continue making some income from what they learned in this program. As a conclusion, to this project, we found that the 3 projects contribute to health, participation, and security in some way. And we found that one of the key players in this program is the facilitators, who will have to understand how to work with senior citizens. These facilitators need to understand the learning psychology, the physical character of older adults. They have to speak slowly, loudly, repeatedly, and having empathy and understanding. And this would be skill useful not only for museums, but for the society in the future. Okay, so this is my last slide. We have learned much from this project, and it's a qualitative study, not an empirical one. But in addition to the main findings, we also got a few key takeaways. We believe that senior citizens can do things when or if they find motivated and have a good atmosphere to support their learning. Working in museum space through museum activities can truly empower senior citizens effectively, although a certain arrangement has to be made. And this activity not only empower senior citizens, but also allow opportunity for interaction between people of different generations and create better empathy. And last, museum can be a good place for empowering senior citizens as well as intergeneration space. More development can be studied in this area. Thank you.
네, 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation. One psychologist said that if you want to have a good relation with other people, instead of doing something for that, you need to ask a favor. So through this presentation, I realized that in order to enable the senior citizens, you asked senior citizens to contribute to the museum. So that was very impressive. Thank you very much. And now we would like to move on to the Q&A session. Just like before, we first would like to open up the floor for the question. Is there any question?
much for a fascinating talk. A lot of what you said resonates with me on projects we've run in the UK, where we've had family groups, and we discovered, like you, that we needed to train people first, that otherwise we were putting the senior members of a group in a position where they were having to expose what they didn't know to the younger people. But one can correct for that, which is interesting. My question is about recruitment. How do you find people for these programs? How do you advertise them? What do you tell them about what they will get out of the program? Because you speak, of course, as wanting, from a museum's perspective, to reach out to this community. What do you tell them about what they will get from the program?
Yeah. Well, it's actually it's not that easy, because we have to talk to we have to go to the community and explain to them who we are, why we want to do this. But I think we share some common value. These senior citizens, they are very proud of the knowledge and wisdoms, and they want to make sure it's continue. So we talk to them that okay, the community maybe is a good place for people to come and learn, but then if you come to the museum, yeah, there are opportunity for more people to meet you and then learn from you. And I think that's something that interests them, because I think that is the value we share, among each other. And of course, we talk to less than 10 communities, but not all are ready to come out. It's not because they are not interested, but sometimes they still have some barrier, physical barrier or something like that. So that's why we want to make sure that they are willing to do it, not by pushing or something like that. Yeah. But in a big picture, we are also working with the province. I mean, maybe in UK you have different state, or we work with them to identify the local wisdoms in the province, and that's how we select to reach them. Yeah.
답변 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the answer. And is there any other person who would like to ask a question? If not, let me ask a question for you. In Korea, in Korean society, we have intergenerational conflict. This is very important social issue. In particular, there are young generation called Millennial and Generation Z, and they do not want to read for a long time, and they do not listen for a long time. We jokingly say that. So they want to communicate in a short interval. But for senior generation, they want to have a long conversation. They have their own way of communication. So between the senior generation and young generation, in order to narrow the gap, you made lots of effort. And I believe you had some problems in facilitating the communication between the generations. So what was the problem?
Yeah, I think, if you see the 3 projects, the second project was the one we intend to learn or create a space for intergeneration communication. It was not that successful, but it's a good start, and we learned how museum space can do that. But eventually we learned that the other 2 projects that we didn't mean, to create this intergenerations communication actually lead to even better intergeneration communication. The first one, we found that the museum floor turned to be like, a place where families with young kids and bigger kids can appreciate, right, the wisdom of the older generation. And the older generation who have been trained with us learn to communicate with them too. But I think the most important thing that I found is the facilitators. If we could train even more facilitators who are teenagers, who are adult, and let them understand this, there could be some seed of people of the young generation to help supporting this older member of the society. Yeah, and I think perhaps that would be even bigger value we found. And from this, we will do a more training for facilitators for elderly society, not only for museums, but for other institutions as well. Yeah.
답변 너무 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Due to the limited time, we will finish the Q&A session. Please give her a big round of applause once again. Soon, after about 10 for about 10 minutes, we will have a group discussion. So we would like to invite all the speakers to the stage.
네. 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you. We have some questions that the audience may have because the Q&A time for each presenter was not sufficient. So if any one of the participants have any other question, please raise your hand. If not, I'd like to provide my comments on the presentations. I'd like to also ask some questions to the speakers.
과학관 책임자님께서는 어떻게 보면
So the Maloka science is focusing on the immigrants and women. And I learned that you focused on the science participation. And President Lim focused on the space so that citizens can have new perspective about space. And Vice President Ganigar Chen talked about senior citizens. They can be the audiences who are not interested in science museum, but you encouraged them to participate in science museum. So you played very important role. So my question for all three speakers is, currently we can see the development of information technology, and information technology is intended to the democracy and democratization of information. So we would like to facilitate the spread of information with IT. However, even in advanced countries, instead of having collective spreading of information, we can see the dark side of information technology. So people have a bias, and they are focusing on the idea that they would like to see. So in your opinion, do you think IT, this information technology, can play a role in your work? What kind of role IT can play for new space or for science museum? What kind of roles information technology can play? So I would like to turn to Director Sigrid Falla first.
Is it working? Okay, yeah. Well, thank you so much for the question. And yes, we are now immersed in a world where information is everywhere, but is also the information that the algorithms of technology provide us. So we are looking at the information that mostly we want to read. So we need to open the space for conversation for other realities and other perspectives. And I think this is an important part of the experience of the museum. So we need to encourage something like the experiences that Ganigar showed us, and also Professor Lim, and is to have people from different backgrounds, perspectives, and cultures join together in the same place and having the possibility to dialogue and have these plural voices in a physical space. And I think it is also important to have a reflect of that dialogue in our social networks. I mean, all museums use the different networks as TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and so I think we should use those places also for reflect these different voices and for promote some kind of dialogue about the realities that we are facing. So it is important for our curators to think about curate the information that we are spreading in our social networks also, and to be a place that people can feel confidence on what we are saying and using that to open a conversation about difficult topics and issues.
다음 임진영 대표님.
Presently, in architecture and in urban design, we use the term Instagrammable architecture. That means nowadays people like to take pictures, especially pictures of famous architecture and like glamorous and very impressive aesthetic buildings should be captured by photos. But at the same time, with more people connected in a network, there are more visitors who want to visit different buildings, and those buildings are now better shared. Now people want to prove that they were there, and through online, that information is shared with other people. And of course, we have both positive aspects and negative aspects. By looking at the positive side of it, now people want to prove through this new media, and the information of their visit is also shared with others. That means they have to know where they can visit, and they liked certain spaces, and also they spread information on certain programs offered by science museums. If you look at worldwide open house programs, we're not able to organize the programs or visits for 3 years because of the pandemic, because all those buildings are closed spaces. And no cities in the world opened up their doors to receive visitors. So we started to create videos or video programs. And there were some cities who started to create these videos, and 48 cities around the world also decided to have 48-hour festival, and we had 48-hour live program of open house. And cities that never had mutual visits were connected online for 48 hours. So by watching a video live of void streets in London, and we also got to understand the different situations of some Latin American cities. So we felt that we're really close to each other, and sometimes the physical boundaries separating us seem to disappear, and all the experience that we have on site could be shared online by sharing information on different spaces. Maybe we should better utilize the online media in order to share more information on spaces.
Last, I would like to turn to Ganigar Chen.
We cannot avoid the use of information technology for sure, but I think we need to make sure that we do not overuse the information technology in our museum, because there are many beauty of personal experience that museum can offer. However, I think in terms of using information technology to gather data or to analyze some data of our visitors, of our society, that would be a great use of museum. And this is an opportunity for public participation in science and in museum. We do a lot of social listening recently, not only to reflect how people think about our museum, but we start to use it to follow what people are talking in science. Then you can respond to their interests, in science and in technology, and make sure that whatever we are going to engage them or present them are relevant to their interests. So I think this would be important use of information technology in the future. And last but not least, I still want to emphasize that we should not underestimate the ability of the older people to learn IT. I think they are going to be an important group of people in the future, and we should try to empower them also on how to use IT technology effectively, and to make sure that they are not misuse it or be abused by some fake news or something like that. Yeah. So I think this is our role. Yeah.
예, 답변 정말 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the answer. So down the road, I hope we can have more discussion like this. And due to the limited time, we would like to conclude the session. Distinguished participants, thank you very much.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. Welcome to session number 3 of the symposium. My name is Kwon Soo-jin, Managing Director from Busan National Science Museum. It's good to see you all here today. This event is being live streamed on YouTube, and we also have on-site participants as well. I am certain that we will listen to interesting presentations provided by renowned guests. First of all, we will let me introduce the speakers first. We have Chris Lintott, Professor of University of Oxford. And we also have Mr. Kang Hong-gu, CEO of Naturing. Last but not least, representing the CitizenscienceAsia, we have founder Mendel Wong. Now we'll begin the first presentation of the session number 3. The title of the first presentation is Casual Participation in Science, the Universe in and Out of Museums, and the presenter is Professor Chris Lintott from University of Oxford. Please welcome Professor Lintott with a big hand.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for being here. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Before I start, I just want to echo what others have said on behalf of my colleagues in Oxford and the UK and around the world, and send our condolences to the people of Korea after last weekend's events. What I want to talk to you today is a set of stories about discovery. It's a story about who gets to make discoveries and who gets to participate in science. And it's a story that I've been thinking about for a very long time. In fact, I've been thinking about it since I was a small kid with my own small telescope in the southwest of England. And I enjoyed looking up at the sky, but mostly I wanted to discover something. I'd already decided at the age of about 12 that I wanted to discover a comet, because comets are named after the discoverer. And I think Comet Lintott I still think Comet Lintott sounds rather wonderful. If you discover an asteroid, you have to name it after other people, and that seemed less fun. I never discovered a comet. I got close to finding something one evening. I was looking at the Orion Nebula, which is our nearest big star-forming region, and I nudged my telescope and it moved, and this star cluster swam into view. And it was a beautiful sight in the telescope. But I'd never heard of a cluster near the Orion Nebula. I got the atlas out, this is before we had the web at home, and no such cluster existed. I remember putting an X on the spot and writing Lintott 1 next to the cluster. Actually, this turns out to be the cluster NGC 1981. It was discovered in the 18th century. It's not mine at all. But I had a moment of discovery. And really, from then I thought, I grew up. I realized that modern science doesn't really work like that you don't make discoveries using a small telescope and a 12-year-old. We build big projects that map the universe. As I carried on in my career, I got to work with data from one of those projects, data from an American project called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. They're made with collaborators from around the world. And Sloan produced a map of the nearest million galaxies to our own. I'm going to show you a bit of that map now. We'll start on our own galaxy on the Milky Way, and we'll travel outwards through space. So each dot in this system is another galaxy, a system of a few 100 billion stars like our own sun. And it was projects like this that let us understand that the universe on large scales has structure, that there are places with loads of galaxies and places with very few galaxies. It's a remarkable data set. But one of the great things about this project was that the data was shared online for everyone, rather than just being preserved to those scientists who had worked to make the data set happen. So lots of us, including myself, who weren't involved in this, started thinking about how we could use this data. And in particular, I was interested not in paying attention to the whole universe, but to individual galaxies, like the one at the center of this image. And if you want to understand a galaxy, you want to know what shape it is. The shape of a galaxy tells you about how it has formed and evolved and interacted with its surroundings over many billions of years. But when we have 1 million galaxies, sorting them out by shape is a difficult task. In the old days, this was done by eminent professors who would look at maybe 100 galaxies and then write a book about them. In the 80s, this was done by graduate students, but we now had 1 million galaxies. And so we turned to one graduate student called Kevin Shrawinski, and we told him that he'd won the opportunity to look at more galaxies than anyone had ever seen before. Kevin looked at 50,000 galaxies, proving that he was better at this than a computer, that it mattered to have people, but also that that was enough. He refused to look at any more. No problem. I asked the university for 20 more graduate students, but they weren't going to provide that. And so without really thinking about it, we put these images online, thinking about the 12-year-old me wanting to make a discovery. And we asked people to tell us what shape the galaxies were. This was an enormous success. In 2007, we were quickly receiving 70,000 classifications of galaxies an hour from hundreds of thousands of people who were inspired, we were later to find out, by the chance to do something useful. People took part in this project because we told them it would help us understand the universe. And it's a very important point of these projects that people take part because they want to help us discover and explore. This inspired many other projects. I'm not going to tell you about many of them, but as an example and a proof that they can make rather unusual discoveries, let me tell you about one particular project, again from my home area of astronomy. this is a picture of the sun. It's actually a video taken in 2012 when the planet Venus happened to pass in front of the sun. This is a video taken from outside our offices in Oxford. On the left is the beautiful image. On the right is the physicist's view of things. This is just a graph of the brightness of the sun. And as you can see, we discover a fairly straightforward result, which is that when something is in front of the sun looks slightly fainter than it would do otherwise. This dip in brightness. So what we do in modern astronomy is we can reverse this. We look out at stars and we hope to see them dip in brightness. And when they do, that dip, we think, might betray the presence of a planet. This is one of the great adventures of modern astronomy, is our discovery of planets around other stars. We take data from NASA's TESS and previously Kepler satellites, and with my former student, Dr. Nora Eisner, who's now in New York, we built a project that invited people online to look at this data and try and distinguish the signature of planets going in front of the star. Now, this is a remarkable project because many of you in the room, of course, are accomplished science communicators, and you'll know, as I do, that we should try and avoid, when talking to the public, using graphs, because you need to get used to thinking in a graphical way. This is a project where people look at graphs online for fun, and yet they've been highly successful. The majority of long-period planets, planets that take longer than about 30 days to go around their star, discovered from NASA's TESS mission, have come from the Planet Hunters project. But Planet Hunters also illustrates another important aspect of these online citizen science projects. Our volunteers are able to discover and be distracted by the unusual, and they drew our attention to this star. So this is data from the Kepler satellite of a star called KIC 8462852. As you can see, the star, soon after we monitored it, dipped once and then twice, raising expectations amongst our volunteers that this might have a planet. There was then a long gap, and then a big dip. The star dimmed by about 20%. For just a few hours. Then after another year, during which nothing happened, the star displayed this very erratic, very unusual behavior, flashing, essentially, getting brighter and fainter. And no other star we have ever monitored did this. As I said, this was discovered by volunteers, and a paper led by Tabby Burjin, who's now at Louisiana State University, explained what we thought this was. But lots of the volunteers on this paper are citizen scientists, people who participated in the early stages of investigation of the star. We're still not quite sure what the explanation is. We went through a long detour in which some other astronomers thought this was an alien megastructure, a space station in orbit around the star, but we've ruled that out now. I can tell you more of that story later. Lots of the volunteers who got involved in finding unusual things like Burjin's star, like this particular star, went on to do their own research. One of them, Tom Jacobs, got very excited about the idea that he might discover a comet around a star. Comet Jacobs, I guess. And here, what you're looking at is this is the brightness over time, and these sharp-tooth dips suggest not a solid body like a planet, but something like a comet with a tail. And from the paper that discovered these, there's this note, which points out that one of the volunteers, Tom, undertook a detailed visual search of the entire Kepler dataset. He looked at data for 200,000 stars himself in order to look for these signatures. And he found one star where this happened. And so this has become a whole new area of astrophysics, driven by the volunteers who first became inspired by participating in the project in the ways that we asked them to. And so not only do these projects involve a large number of people in the scientific enterprise, at least in some cases, it inspires them to go on and do their own research. And we've also found ways to help them publish that research. I run a mini journal called Research Notes, which is not peer-reviewed, but moderated, and is deliberately designed to allow citizen scientists to publish on an equal basis with those of us with professional jobs and a bit more time to devote to these things. Of course, it's not just astronomy. We were motivated by the large expansion of data available to us as astrophysicists. We also have such data in other fields. As an example, this is an image of the study subject of, this is not an astronomical image, just to be clear. This is an image from my colleague Tom Hart, now at Oxford Brookes, of obviously a penguin. Tom monitors the penguin populations of the Antarctic Peninsula. And he used to go there once a year and count each of his study sites by hand, literally sit there going, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've never asked him how he got the penguins to stay still, but nonetheless, that was the research method. Now he has cameras that cover the peninsula that he visits once a year, and he brings 8 million images of penguins back to Oxford each year. We helped him out. We created a very popular website called Penguin Watch, where you click on penguins. This is an excellent kids activity, and lots of people have participated. Every time I show this video, I'm reminded that we originally called this Penguin Hunters, which you can sort of see in the design, but apparently that's not the right vibe for a conservation project. Penguin Hunters, Planet Hunters, and Galaxy Zoo all live in the Zooniverse, which now has more than 2 million volunteers, hosts more than 200 projects in subjects including the humanities, cell biology, ecology, as well as the astrophysics. And between them, Zooniverse volunteers have contributed about 500 million classifications, 500 million classifications of scientific data, and enabled the publication of about 700 projects. We've even built a project builder so people can construct their own Zooniverse projects and use our tools to reach their audiences. And if any of you are sitting on data sets or have scientists you collaborate with as science centers where you might want to build a project, feel free to use our tool to get in touch if you need a hand. What I want to do for the second half of the presentation, though, is talk about this through the frame of the volunteer experience. I've talked really as a professional scientist. I've discovered a way to get my data classified. For the volunteers, we've learned interesting things through the Zooniverse. The first thing really is that insight that goes all the way back to Galaxy Zoo, which is that people participate because they want to help. When we started, we thought we'd be talking to people who were already interested in astronomy, to amateur astronomers, to people with telescopes. But we found the reach of our project was much broader. We could reach the curious and people who stumbled across the website because they were inspired by this idea of helping. And so that became a key principle, that we needed not to say, are you interested in galaxies, but to quickly transform someone's experience into one where they have already helped us. The second thing we found out through a series of questions and a series of studies, which you can find on our website, we found that people not only learnt by participating in these projects, but we found that they were inspired to go and seek out new scientific experiences. In fact, one of the things we found was that Zooniverse participants were much more likely to go and seek out science museums and science centers than they would be before their participation in the project. So these projects act as engines of motivation. They turn people into those who want to actively consume scientific content as part of their lives. And so we started thinking about why this was happening. And I think I came up with 3 important things that I'd like to share. One is that I think authenticity matters. Whatever else we're doing, we have this idea that people are participating because the projects are real, because they can tell us what shape this galaxy is or how many penguins there are in the image, and we will do something with that. We've made a promise to them that they will do real science, and something about that seems important to our audience. So we could have exactly the same project with nice, more beautiful galaxies could be chosen, but because this promise wouldn't be fulfilled, the projects wouldn't work. The second, we were taught by David Miller, who was our first designer and many other, that design is essential in building this trust with the audience. If we're making a promise and they're receiving it, then how we design the site really matters. And designing a site that people can use easily means that they believe that the project is going to be effective. And so we've had to invest a lot in website design, and that's why we built the project builder, so that others can benefit from our experience. The third one's a bit different, which is that I think I've learned that not everyone needs a new hobby. In the early days of Zooniverse, we had this idea that we would have this army of citizen scientists, millions strong, who could be directed like a regular army. So today we're going to look at craters on Mars. Tomorrow we've got to sort out the number of zebra in southern Africa. Then after that, we're going to dash over to the Smithsonian and transcribe their historical records. Turns out people don't behave like that. People are interested in whatever they've found themselves to be interested in, and trying to move them to different projects doesn't work very well. People don't think about themselves, we learned from Kevin Krauston and Carsten Oosterlund and collaborators, people don't think of themselves as citizen scientists, not until a long way into their participation in the project. They're merely people who stumbled on a website. And so you have to think about transient participation, about people who are going to take part in your project for a day or two and then drift off. And maybe they'll come back years later. But what they're not doing is sitting down to take a university course in citizen science. They are participating because it's meaningful to them at that point. In the same way that a visitor to a science museum may be engaged in all sorts of things, but as we know, getting them to take that experience and visit the website or scan the QR code or carry on with a sustained engagement is much more difficult. Putting those together, I think we can frame what Zooniverse is offering as a citizen science experience with a couple of ideas from the museum world. The one that's become very important to me was from Elaine Gurian, who wrote about threshold fear in the concept of museums. The idea that, particularly in museums, like I'm picking on my own Ashmolean and Bodleian in Oxford here, in museums which were built to be imposing, there is a choice to enter the museum or not. And the odds are you will only make the choice to walk up the steps and go into the museum if you've already decided that you're going to get something out of that experience. If you think of yourself as the kind of person who goes to museums or consumes scientific content in the context of a science museum. Zooniverse tries to break down that barrier by making the initial participation as trivial and easy as possible. If I show you a web page and tell me how many penguins there are, that's very different from saying, do you want to be a zoologist to take this training course? And so we try and eliminate the threshold by making as low a barrier to engagement as possible, trusting that later these advanced patterns will show themselves. I think this is linked very strongly to an idea that's had a lot of influence in the UK from a science theorist called Louise Archer, the idea of science capital, which is the idea that people engage in science based on a variety of things, but essentially how much science and scientific content they have in their early lives. So do their parents indulge in scientific activity? Do they have family friends who do? Do they regularly, as a family, go to science museums, consume scientific content, talk about science? Zooniverse can be seen as a way of building up science capital, of creating a space in which people feel that science isn't something that they receive, but something they participate in. And this explains why, later on, volunteers are motivated to seek out other scientific content. If we raise their science capital, then they're more likely to seek out other scientific experience. So far, of course, we've talked about this on the web, but we can think about bringing the Zooniverse and some of these advantages into the museum space. One of the key collaborators, the other lead institution on Zooniverse, along with the University of Oxford, has been the Adler Planetarium in Chicago. And working with a museum has been a transformative experience for me and the project, because it's allowed us to meet our audience day by day and instantaneously. This is a touch table experience that we've created at the Adler Planetarium. So visitors can, while they're there, do citizen science. They can actually contribute to science while they're in the museum. If you're interested in that, there's a link on the slide which is to evaluation and explanation of what we've done. We can also take this sort of experience outside the museum again. We've done mass projection events, for example, here where a crowd of people are classifying galaxies in Oxford as part of a Winter Lights Festival. This crowd are running from side by side in order to create consensus galaxy classification. So we can take the advantages of citizen science and bring them into the museum, but I think all of this is going to change in the next few years, and I think we're going to need the help of museum-like experiences even more, and I just want to spend a couple of minutes talking about that. What's happening to the field is that machine learning is taking over. The kind of straightforward image classification, like counting penguins, is increasingly the kind of thing that can be done by machine. There's lots I can talk about how to incorporate machine and human together. But I've started to think of the problem space for scientists with large data sets as something like this. So if we put, for any given image, how unusual it is on one axis and how interesting it is on the other axis, machines can tell us how unusual an object is in a given data set, but only humans can tell you how interesting something is. And then you can think about this data set. So in the bottom left, we've got normal things. In the top left, we've got places where the camera's broken or artifacts. In the bottom right, maybe that's beautiful images where they're interesting but not unusual. But in the top right, that's what we want to find. We want to find the really unusual, interesting things in large data sets. And we've begun to build projects that do that. The Galaxy Zoo Weird and Wonderful experiment literally just asked volunteers not what shape is this galaxy, but which of these galaxies are interesting, in an effort to crowdsource an attempt to find the most unusual and interesting things in very large data sets. But what we found is that without support and scaffolding, this is a very different prospect. If I show you an image and say, what shape is this galaxy? Anyone can have a go at that. If I show you an image and say, is this galaxy interesting? You naturally have questions about, well, what's interesting? What do other galaxies look like? What context are you asking this question? What do I need to know about the galaxy to answer this? And so our model, which needs to preserve the idea we had of almost instantaneous engagement and authentic engagement, is going to need rethinking. And I think that thinking can come from the world of museums. I've been inspired in particular by the Angela Marmont Centre at the Natural History Museum in South Kensington, which is a facility aimed at one of the traditional functions of the Natural History Museum, which is that it's always been a place where people can bring things that they've found and have them assessed by curators, whether those be meteorites or insects or whatever else. And the Angela Marmont Centre has built a laboratory, you can see a picture of it here, that's just accessible to visitors. And so if I bring my unusual insect or my bit of rock that might be a meteorite, my experience now is that I'm given a whole load of references and support, and then there are staff there to train me to identify what it is that I found, rather than the old experience of handing over a rock and a curator saying, that's not a meteorite, please go away. And I think this sort of scaffolded support, working with groups over a period of time, as we've heard from many of the speakers this morning, is something that we can learn from the museum world, and we can take it into this online space. We're going to have to do this. We're building a telescope now. This is the observatory under construction called the Vera Rubin Observatory in Chile. It's an international project, but it will produce 30 terabytes of image data a night. If you monitor just things that change in the sky, we think it will send 10 million text alerts a night. And so our challenge for the next few years is to build a community that can deal with that. My last story is of this guy. This is Frederick Arglander, who was one of the first astronomers to look at the variability of stars, how they change with brightness. He did so by asking astronomers from all over the world to contact him and send in his observations. And he said, if you do that, in a short time, we will accomplish more than has been done in the 60 years which was passed since the discovery of such stars. Then he said, I have one request, which is that observations should be made known each year, because observations buried in a desk are no observations at all. And then he said, should they be entrusted to me for reduction or even publication, I'll undertake the task with joy and thanks, and will also answer all questions with care and with the greatest of pleasure. And I can't think of a better way of expressing the contract that exists between us as science communicators, science researchers, and our citizen science collaborators. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다. 자발적인 시민
Thank you very much for your presentation. You talked about the universe, which is the citizen science platform. Thank you very much. Now, we will take questions from the participants. So we have on-site participants, and if any one of you has a question, please raise your hand and please use the microphone to ask your question.
네, 감사합니다. 첫 번째로
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask my question. So I'd like to ask the translator to translate my question into English. So I just listened to your presentation. It was quite impressive. And online platforms were used to engage citizen scientists. I have a question. So if you plan a project like that, there could be some limitations in gaining traction. So I'd like to ask you what kind of challenges you experienced. Maybe there was a passionate person who wanted to initiate a project, and were there any type of support to pursue the projects? I understand there will be a presentation on the Korean case, and for me, your answer will be important because I want to compare other countries' cases and Korean cases. My name is Lee Ki-jong. I'm a journalist from a regional news media. And I'd like to also thank you for expressing your condolences for the recent tragedy that occurred in Korea.
Thank you for your question. It's great to have you here. Yeah, there are a couple of aspects that you raised that, of course, are very important. First of all, support for participants. Because we host so many projects, we find that people can learn from each other. So as people use our tools to build projects, they can talk to other project builders. But in particular, we found our community are very keen to encourage people. And so as part of the process, we put project builders in touch with citizen scientists who have already had experience. And this can be quite a shocking experience for an academic who suddenly discovers that people are writing pages of notes about their project. And it's very good for everyone involved for that to happen early. So we find that that sort of support really helps. Secondly, in terms of publicity, of course, we rely on journalists to tell people about these projects. But one of the reasons we created Zooniverse as a platform rather than as many projects is to allow people to find different projects. So some projects get more publicity, some get less, but hopefully the volunteer base are shared. We have found, and something we've been bad at doing, is that translating into local languages is, of course, very important. And we've just spent a lot of time making it easier for project owners to translate their languages, because we know that that's one thing that makes a difference. But most of our traffic comes from volunteers talking to each other. When people have made a discovery, even if it's just of a galaxy that they think looks nice, or an image of an animal that they're amused by, sharing those things online. Penguins work pretty well. Means that people talk to each other. And so it really has become this social network for science.
두 번째 질문 부탁드립니다.
Another question from the floor?
Thank you. I really enjoyed your talk, as I fully expected to do. I'm very curious about the brief remarks you made towards the end of your talk about how museums might help with this program. You mentioned the initiative at the Natural History Museum. I'm trying to imagine, I'd like you to say more, if you're willing, about how you would like museums to be involved. Your Zooniverse tends, as I understand it, to recruit people from everywhere to get involved on a mass scale. Museums have this feature that they are in specific places. What might a landscape look like in which your kinds of citizen science projects were engaged meaningfully, perhaps even with a network of museums? What would that be like, and what would the museums have to do to be helpful?
Thank you. Yeah. Let me, I'll give you a dream program, and you can tell me later whether this is a good idea or not. But the Rubin Observatory that I mentioned at the end is going to overwhelm everyone with data. And in particular, it's a scan of the sky with the largest telescope, one of the largest telescopes that exists. So the number of things changing in the sky, from asteroids to comets, to distant galaxies flickering, planets and variable stars, is going to be enormous. And so we really need to share the burden of sorting those out. And so my vision would be a network of museums who each agree that they're going to have a patch of sky that's meaningful to them. Let's say you can have the patch of sky that's above the MIT museum at midday each day. And then we will feed you to an exhibit, a touch table or something that exists, that last night's changes in that patch of sky. And then what we'd need to do together, I think, is create an experience for visitors that means that they are the people responsible for taking that on. What that looks like, I think, maybe is maybe a timed experience. So maybe each visitor gets, in half an hour you're on duty. Anything happens in your patch of sky in those 10 minutes, then we'll call you and you can come and help us investigate it. We have all the tools for this. All the plumbing, all the software exists, but what we're missing is an understanding of how to facilitate that experience in a meaningful way. What's nice about it, though, is that the point of this triage is to immediately decide what to follow up. And so those visitors, what they get as a reward is some of the largest telescopes in the world following up on their information. So there's this feedback loop that works. But I think I can create an online version of that, but I think it would appeal to the more advanced universe volunteers and our fanatics. Whereas I think museums provide a support structure that would let visitors who went through that experience really get something out of it from a standing start and preserve this idea of an authentic, limited engagement. So people in the room can tell me whether that's a terrible idea or a good one, but if anyone thinks it's a good idea, please talk to me because we can probably make that happen.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your answer. Since we don't have a lot of time, we'll have to wrap up this session with Professor Lintott. And if you have additional questions, we'll collect them and try to address them during the final Q&A session after listening to all the presentations this afternoon.
두 번째 발표자는 시민
The second presenter will talk about citizen participation and as a science as a citizen participation. The CEO of Naturing, Kang will make a presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
소개받은
My name is Kang Hong-gu. I'm the CEO of Naturing. It is my pleasure to meet all of you. Just now, we listened to the presentation about Zooniverse, which is a well-known platform. And in Korea, I'm developing and operating the citizen science platform. Naturing is the name. So Zooniverse is a platform where the researchers open up the data and photos and citizens participate in research. That is the main mechanism. And in our platform, Naturing, citizens make observation and they make records. And based on that data, we carry out the project. And the major area is biodiversity and conservation of ecosystem. For your information, I'm not a person related to a science museum, and I'm not a researcher. I'm a citizen who loves the nature, and I believe that we need to have this kind of platform in Korea. That's why I created this platform, and I will explain this, but we started this project in 2014, and up until now, there have been lots of projects, and there is no right answer. So in concept or operating models, there is no any fixed answer. So I'd like to share the impression I received and basic principles, I think. Yesterday, there have been meetings with the people who are interested in a museum, whether it is a science museum or other museums. When we plan the project related to science with the citizens, I believe that program is very meaningful. And in a certain space, when we do this kind of participatory project, it is more meaningful than one-way exhibition. I cannot say that this kind of program should be in Science Museum, but I hope this experience of mine can be helpful for you. We have many participants from other countries, but I would like to talk about the trend. So this is a Google trend. 2004 was the time when there was a controversy over this citizen science. And in 2004, citizen science was recognized by Oxford Dictionary. So why we need to call this as citizen science and what was the effect? That kind of discussion took place in 2004. And as for the value of citizen science, there has been the people reached a consensus, and we recognize the importance of citizen science. And over time, the interest for citizen science has increased. And people focus on the outcome of citizen science according to my study. So some say that citizen science goes back hundreds of years ago, but in recent decades, we can see the concept of citizen science has been defined and it is organized recently. And the concept was introduced in Korea about 5 years ago. So I searched for citizen science in English. So I cannot tell you about Korean situation, but about 5 to 6 years ago, we recognized the importance of citizen science and we started to talk about the utilization of citizen science. In other countries, I believe museums contributed a lot. On the left side, you can see the example of Australia, there is the example of UK, and I'm interested in natural science. That's why I can find many outcomes related to natural science. But when it comes to raising awareness of citizens, I believe a science museum played very important roles. In Korea, citizen science is popular not in museum, rather in research area. So researchers thought that we can improve the citizen science in their research area. Let me explain our service. We started this on the web and application on the mobile phone, and we can make the records. This is not social media. When you take a photo of nature, we can also combine the location information and many other attributes. So the information entered from citizens can be valuable for studies. And we believe that this should be accessible to the public. So I opened up the data. And in order to interpret this, I believe mapping and visualizing is very important. But it was not easy. So in order to utilize this, we created the system. We opened the system in 2014, and with about 50,000 citizens, we are working together. In other countries, there are millions of participation, so it is not comparable. However, these 58,000 people are very active, so it is meaningful. And we gathered about 1.2 million data sets. From a remote island to urban area in Seoul, we gathered lots of data. And in Korea, according to data, there are 50,000 species. And in naturing, we have the records of 15,000 species. And it was gathered through the participation of citizens. And we are working together with many government agencies, local governments, and civic organizations as well. Instead of the paper-based system, since we are using mobile system, they are more actively participating, and it is used for education, and interested individuals are participating to archive their photos. As for the citizen science, let me explain my opinion. As I mentioned before, there is no right answer for citizen science. There are many citizen science for many purposes, but there is one important factor. Of course, there should be citizen and experts, and cooperation or collaboration would be the key word. So the facilitator can be the expert, or the expert can be the operator of the system. And for the common goal and common development, there should be horizontal relations. I'm saying this because citizen science is very meaningful project and concept, so sometimes it is distorted. Some people say that citizen is just a human sensor. They are generating just data, and analyzing it is the domain of experts. However, we need to move away from that concept. We need to work together with citizens. It is not just for utilization. We need to consider the impact to the society. And participating citizens can be participating only for their hobby or only for rewarding. But anyways, I believe horizontal relation is very important. In that sense, we carried out multiple projects, and we can categorize them into four. Since this is a science project, you may think that we need to create the hypotheses and verify them, but that is not the only project. There are multiple projects, and there are many types of collaboration with experts. So first, we use the data gathered by citizens and create the research outcome. So I call this as open science. Second, in order to address the social problem, scientific perspective can be actively introduced. For example, in the environmental activities or in development of the local regions, science has been used for a long time, and we can see participation of citizens. So that can be one of the types. Third, educational effect is very high in citizen science because citizens can learn many things in collaboration with experts. And sometimes education is the priority in some projects. Fourth, there are activities to revise or improve the regulations and systems. So let me explain this one by one. First, I will talk about science aspect. We are working together with Korea Biodiversity Observation Network, and we are gathering the specimens. Some are endangered species, and it is difficult to identify the endangered species by researchers. So we are working together with the citizens. So every year we are gathering 15,000 database, and now we have enough data to make analysis. There is one dragonfly, and this dragonfly is usually identified in the southern area. So when you look at two maps on the left side, and when you look at all four maps, you can see that these dragonflies are moving north area. So you can see the dots are increasing. In the past, they can be found in the southern area, but nowadays we can find this dragonfly in northern area. So in the past, we relied on experts' data. However, on the right side, these two maps are created based on the data gathered by citizens. So now we can make analysis, and we can also create a model to see the distribution of this dragonfly. According to the climate change, we can see the change and pattern of this species distribution. And now, based on the data gathered by citizens, we can even publish papers. Second, citizens participate in citizen science to preserve and conserve a natural environment. That can be seen as a type of citizen science. And there have been many activities such as picketing and investigation internally. And one of the examples is from Jeju Island. This is a volcanic area, and there is an area called Kujawa. This is a plain area, and there are forests. This is very important area ecologically, and we can find many species here. However, due to the development such as golf field, there are many controversies. And in order to conserve this area for the last 20 years, the people living in this area made effort. But they failed to protect it because they know these species are locating there. However, when they try to trace these species, it takes time. So the local residents decided to make records and make a log and work together with experts so that they can gather the data that can be used as an evidence for their argument. And eventually, the direction of the development has changed. And it was made possible thanks to the evidential data gathered by both citizens and government. So the developers cannot deny this data. So the development direction has changed to a reasonable direction. And this third type, as I mentioned, education is very important. This is one example. Have you ever seen the barn swallow? Maybe it is for a long time since you saw the barn swallow. They usually live around people. Sometimes they disappear and there are changes in their habitats. And Gyeongsangnam-do Education Office carried out ecological education for biodiversity, and they decided to carry out a project to find barn swallow. It's been about 10 years, and children went out and tried to find the nest, and they tried to see whether these barn swallows visit this year and whether they lay eggs. Of course, this is not a complete data. However, they gathered the data and they did monitoring together with the students and educators. So it was very educational. They didn't stay in school. They need to do the field study, and they also met many elderly citizens. So this citizen science was used for educational purposes. And this is a mop. At the end of the stick, they attached a mirror. And they created this tool to monitor the inside of the nest. They can count the number of eggs. And this is an example of Jeju Island. There was a nest in the parking lot. And people removed the nest because the manure of this barn swallow can damage the car. However, children created this sign to protect this nest. So they expanded the activities from monitoring to preserving the barn swallow. The fourth type is improving our system, and citizen science played a very important role. I believe there are some people who participated in these activities. Usually there are soundproofing walls on the road, and they collide. The wild birds collide with these walls, and it can be frequently seen not just in Korea but also in many other countries. And scientists studied and realized that per year 800 birds die because they collide with windows. It was just 1 year study. And the next step is, how can we prevent the birds from dying? We need to change the system. However, it is not easy for one researcher to make a change. So, the citizens participated to make the records of the dying birds. By doing so, we can contribute to change the social perception. So these are the species dying, and there are about 180 species. In Korea, there are about 500 bird species, and about a third of them are dying due to the window collision. So they made the record for about 3 years from 2018, and about 3,000 citizens participated in this project. And these dots indicate the dying birds. They made a record of died birds. And they color-coded this, whether it is soundproofing wall or buildings. In naturing, we want to do visualization. They actively used this visualization feature. Citizens gathered the data to see where birds are dying, and the ultimate goal was convincing the local governments. They want to do something since so many birds are dying. And the Ministry of Environment used this as a data to make the change in the system. It was not easy to gather this data by the researchers. However, citizens gathered this data. That's why we were able to change the social system. This bird collision can be seen in many other countries, and there are many organizations in other countries, such as in Canada. They want to prevent the window collision. In Korea, we gathered the data as soon as possible and created the outcome very quickly. About 30 local governments created their ordinance to prevent the bird collision. And last year, at the National Assembly, a law was revised about wildlife. It's been only 3 years, and there have been so many changes because of the efforts of citizens, the data gathering, and participation of experts. This is one of the representative case. So after gathering the data, there have been after measures. So people gather the data and post it on Naturing, and there are feedback from experts and our operators. So, for example, we verified the species, and we also recognized and verified the quality of the data. And this is not just for research, but also for the communication with the local governments and central government. That's why we also carried out validation process, and then we shared this on a map. And we also created the map for the reduction effect. And we shared this data not only on Naturing, but also on other platform operated by government agencies. So we created a system where data can be shared. And BioBlitz is also a very important program, and Naturing is used to make the records, and local government and many social clubs use Naturing to gather and share data. I have several slides to explain the cases, and from now on, I would like to tell you what factors are required to implement citizen science. Database should be the basis. We have many types of education, such as field trip, and we call them citizen science. However, whether it is a report, paper, or any other forms, all of them should be based on data. And as I mentioned before, we need to motivate the participants, and the outcome should be leveraged. If we just gather the data for the sake of the data, it is not useful. We need to utilize the data. And what is more important is openness and transparency. Sometimes the data is not correct. So people say that we will disclose the outcome, not the data. However, I think we need to ensure the transparency from the beginning. And there are multiple stakeholders, participants, experts, operating entities, and policymakers. So all these players need to play harmonious roles. There might be some controversies, but I think we need to keep this in mind for our development. This is one of the papers I read, and I believe it is very meaningful. We need to have a long-term perspective for citizen science. There are so many factors to carry out this as a one-off program. So we need to have a long-term perspective. And in order to do this for the long term, communication is very important, as other speakers mentioned. And this is not just about the papers published by experts. The outcome should be shared. Then all the participants can find this experience rewarding. And there might be various situations. For example, there might be budget cut or suspension of the program, so we need to pay more attention. And it's been about 10 years since I engaged in citizen science, and I read a book. Citizen science is more than gathering data. People go there, take pictures, and they identify the species. They may work this together with their family members. So this is very meaningful experience. So we need to understand this as a process to create a socially valuable outcome. With this, let me conclude the presentation. Thank you very much, CEO. Citizen participation, collaboration with the scientists, and social impact, those were the main keywords. And now we would like to move on to the Q&A session. I would like to open up the floor. If there is any question, please raise your hand.
Very interesting presentation. I just want to know, how do you work to promote this platform to Korea? Is this platform available to other countries as well? Yeah. Two questions. First is, how do you promote this platform? And second, is it available internationally? Yeah.
For these two questions, let me give you the answer. We launched the service in 2014, and at the time, my promotion was visiting people. This is a new platform. So whether there is a social media posting or on news article, people may not relate to us. So for a long time, I met stakeholders and raised the awareness, and we didn't place any advertisement. I believe word of mouth is very important, so the users spread the word of mouth. And you also asked about the accessibility from other countries. We believe that there should be a platform specialized in Korea. There might be other international platforms, but in Korea, when we share the data, which is the basis for citizen science, there are different regulations and different systems. So we wanted to specialize in Korea. So until now, we focused on Korea. So at the moment, it is only available in Korea, including the DPRK, North Korea. And there are requests from other countries, but this will be the next step and longer project. Any other questions? At the back of this room, please hand over the microphone. Hello? I think you are doing very good activities, so I would like to pay my respect. My question is, when you do this kind of activities, did you receive any fund from local government or sponsors, or do you raise the fund from citizens, I believe there should be fund or budget. How do you make those funds? When we make this presentation, I always receive this kind of question. We also had a small discussion at the floor with other speakers. This is not selling product or attracting advertisement. So maintaining this platform is not easy, and it is the same for now. So as I showed, there are projects carried out by local government or government agencies. So we work together and receive some funds from them. Sometimes we operate our own educational programs, but there are limitations. So as you mentioned, eventually we need to come up with ways to sustain this program. I have many thinkings about that. I'm not receiving any fees from the users at the moment. If there is no other question, we would like to finish here, and thank you very much, Mr. Kang.
이어서 세 번째
Now I'd like to invite the next speaker. The next speaker is going to talk about citizen science in Asia, opportunities and challenges. And the speaker is Mendel Wong, founder of Citizen Science Asia. Please welcome Mr. Wong with a big hand.
Hi, thanks for having me here. First of all, I just wanted to, same as the other speakers, give my condolences for the tragedy that happened to all the families and people of Korea. Really sorry to hear what happened. So best wishes. Otherwise, thank you for having me here. Just wanted to thank the leadership at the museum and also the organizers of the symposium. It's been a great honor for me to be here and also a very humbling experience for me as well, to be in the presence of all these other distinguished guest speakers. Who I probably don't necessarily belong to in the group of. So similar to CEO Kang, who just mentioned, I'm not by profession a research scientist. I don't have any affiliation with museums. To some degree, I'm simply a citizen in the whole citizen science concept. My background is actually in IT technology. So what I do on a daily basis is really about solving problems. And what sort of brought me to citizen science is really the idea of how we can leverage citizen science to solve a lot of the problems of the world. And harping back to some of the other speakers, which we'll get through in my talk as well. Hopefully, it's a tool that we can all leverage, and it is open to everyone to be very diverse and inclusive. Also, just thanks to CEO Kang, that actually helped set the stage for a lot of what I want to talk about. And it's great to have a lot of very specific examples in Korea, especially with his work over the last 10 years with the platform very specific to the audience here. So in terms of my background then, so why am I here and how am I qualified to actually have a talk about this? So my experience with citizen science, or my journey with citizen science, really started about 5 years ago. At that point, this whole concept is very new to me. And the thing I found very interesting, as I said, is really around solving problems. And what we end up doing is finding this organization called CitizenscienceAsia. So as the name implies, I'm based in Hong Kong, by the way. So even though I'm based in Hong Kong and I actually was born in Canada, very international citizens in that sense, what I found interesting was the idea of citizen science is still a very much global north topic. And the representation of Asia is very, very lacking in my opinion. And so even though I was based in Hong Kong, one of the first decisions we made was not to just be specifically representing Hong Kong or just be based out of Hong Kong. It's really trying to bring Asia as a region together. Now, as all of us know, it's a massive play. It's a lot of difference in culture and language. But it's still very important because up until this point, a lot of the citizen science activities has really been in part of the global north, which is really North America, Europe, Australia. And as I kind of summarize, there are sort of 3 big units, if you will, that are sitting at the table having these conversations. Whereas Asia, you don't tend to necessarily invite all 40, 50 countries to have these conversations. So having some sort of unity, I think, is important. And so what we've been doing since the beginning is really just trying to understand the commonalities between these places, just so that we can put issues we have on the table or highlight things, achievements we have done as an overall group. And so we founded CitizenscienceAsia 5 years ago. Since that point on our journey, I've managed to have the opportunity to have a lot of conversations with global counterparts. And as I'll talk through in the presentation a little bit later on, we've come to the point having a global partnership, which Asia is part of, and I'm a board member representing that at the moment. In addition to that, Europe has a lot of citizen science activity, funding happening, and one of the big projects they have been doing over the last couple of years is this thing called CS Track, which is effectively a research project about citizen science activity in itself, in trying to track and measure effectiveness, what's the best approach, and I'm sitting on an external board for that as an advisor as well. So with that said, with this audience, I'm probably not going to go too much into detail, but just to put context into place, what is citizen science? That was one of the first things sort of we had discussions around as a group. And when I say we, as in the people who I managed to sort of gather as volunteers to work in the context of CitizenscienceAsia. We are a nonprofit, everyone's volunteer-based, so it's not a business, it's not about, it's all about people's passion and in wanting to advocate for this idea. So one of the first things we had to do is just try and understand what is citizen science to us. Now this definition, which we have on our website, you can actually read more in detail, doesn't necessarily say anything very specific about Asia, but it's really sort of some of the concepts we're trying to sort of drive home. Because one of the things I found very early on, first of all, there's this idea, what is citizen science in the sense that should it be community science? I know that's a very big concept in the US because citizens, that term, has a lot of meaning in the global stage right now in terms of what defines you to be a citizen. I don't think that in itself is as big as a problem in Asia per se, but that was something we came across. The other idea of a citizen, given some of the political situations in this region, it's also about empowering citizen, and the word empowering is slightly sensitive as well. So as I was going through some of those concepts, we had to make sure we kind of understand, well, what are we actually trying to advocate when we talk about citizen science? So here we are, there's 4 bullet points there. Really, what we focused on was citizen science as a extension of science in itself was really predicated on 4 different points that I wanted to highlight. Really, I think it's a very good approach to defining a problem. It's all about being collaborative and having participation so that there's better, higher resolution evidence to the problem. And as already alluded to, in terms of collaboration and discovery, it's really a better solution approach. And finally, I think the last part is really just making sure that the solution outcome in itself is relevant to the groups involved. So those are sort of 4 main ideas that we were trying to build around. I'm going to flip through these relatively quickly given the audience, but I think this was a really good, simple way for people who didn't necessarily know what citizen science was about. This is actually courtesy of Karen Cooper, who's a very well-known figure in the citizen science space. She's written 2 books. She's a research scientist based out of North Carolina State. And she had this up on her website. So I'll just flip through them, and I'll just sort of paraphrase what these stick figures is sort of talking about in terms of why citizen science is important and what it is. So those are just usual US disclaimers, so people know no one sues them for this story. Really, the idea comes, especially in this group, science, evidence, and facts really come from a black box, traditionally, obviously. And as this group knows, that shouldn't be the case, and hopefully is no longer as much a case, but it's sort of a slow progress towards that being more transparent. So every so often, someone would pop out of the box and tell you what a fact is, whether that's someone from the government, someone from a museum, an expert. And again, as we've already heard from other speakers, the idea is not to eliminate this. The idea is just how then do you break down that box so you work together. So this is just to emphasize the regular people, citizens if you will, all make observations as we talked about. Zooniverse obviously a very high evidence of that happening and happening very successfully. So we all experiment, we all think and wonder, we all are all creative, and we're all motivated for discovery, as Chris had mentioned. And of course, at the end of the day, we all enjoy doing something. So hobby it is, maybe not a new one, but you still want to be able to participate in activities. And finally, we all just want to share what we know. That's very, very evident with social media these days. And so hopefully we're moving towards sharing something that's more useful than sort of the 5 seconds of fame. So I guess we're sort of coming upon us, as we all know, from an environmental situation standpoint. Let's put political off the table. there's obviously a lot of problems, big problems that need to be solved. So what do we do in this case? Can we rely and look into the black box for answers? As we know, that doesn't work and has been proven not to be working. So all these little problems need to be solved. So how do we ensure we have the resources, the capital, if you will, to actually figure out how to solve these problems? So all of these people, these are all the people from the previous slides, they all have something to offer. That's the problem. The diversity inclusion aspect is very well shown here. So that was sort of a summary, if you will, of what citizen science is about, is really getting people involved because everyone has something to offer. Now, I sort of cheekily mentioned this as something I wrote up as in Wong 2018. Again, I'm not a research scientist. This has no evidence proof per se. It's all observationally based. But it's really just from my experience in conversations, both when I first participated in our own citizen science project, but also in conversations like the experts in the room and previous at different conferences, where it really came down to trying to understand that I think we've traditionally have been in sort of this textbook learning mode. We're sort of told what we need to know. And this is sort of very evident and proven in yesterday's talk by Dr. Mori, when he said, as much as he knew the Earth wasn't flat, he had the actual benefit of actually going to outer space and seeing for himself what it actually meant and then really believing in it. So I think that whole discovery for yourself is really important because yes, we sort of harp on making sure you taught the knowledge. And this sort of goes back to the point that John had also mentioned in terms of the forum. You really can't just have a one-way conversation with someone telling you something. So what we also found, or in my journey here, what I found is that people need to sort of go through a research project, go through a community involvement. Maybe it involves like skills that you need to learn, because one of the things we heard was that it's great that we have all the citizen participation, but more importantly, we have all the citizen science data. But the government side feels that, oh, actually, yeah, we have all this data, but we don't have the skills to sort of break that down. We don't understand how to analyze big data. So that sort of drives some of that effort in terms of, well, you need to develop skill sets to actually do some of that stuff, as we're talking about Zooniverse as well. And in Asia, obviously, a big topic is just sort of developing STEM, being sort of top of the world in that regards. So I think these wheels sort of turning themselves, and ultimately it comes to the point where this is very specific to Asia, which personally I know, and I find that in a lot of the Asian culture, is that innovation isn't really associated being empowered or open. So part of that helps to start changing the mindset. You're not really looking top down for the government or some sort of central authority to tell the answers, solve the problems for you. Really, everyone is part of that solution. So unless you start going through this process of just not receiving knowledge, but sort of going through this discovery process yourself, developing skill set, that's how you're going to open up your mindset. So I think this is, again, also a concept that's just very important to me when we sort of started putting together CitizenscienceAsia, because these are some of the, these lead to some of the challenges that we're trying to tackle in this region. Different perspective of what is citizen science. Everyone knows what the SDGs are about. This is a statement that was made publicly back in 2017. We gathered as a global delegation to that year's UN Environment Assembly. There was a new forum that was started at that point called the Science Policy Business Forum. So the idea was trying to bring the researchers with the policymakers, as well as the private businesses, because again, that's obviously where the funding comes in. The idea here was trying to have these people talk about different aspects, topics, to figure out solutions. At the end of the day, all relate to SDGs. We were brought in by UN Environment because they strongly believed in citizen science as a proponent in helping find that solution. So we were there really to advocate for the idea. We were happy to hear that a lot of people already sort of know what it is, already thinking about it, but they had a lot of questions about, well, what's the accuracy and all that. Anyways, that event was closed off with this statement here. Really is just trying to explain that professional science alone can't do this. So they really do need the help of citizens. So this is something official that came out of that. One of the targets at that point, aspirationally speaking, is to engage 1 billion global citizens by 2020. This is after the fact. I think it's pretty clear. There's active participation by a lot of people. That exact count is probably in fluctuation because that's not really a stable number, as we know. But in any case, this was something that's really important in the SDG context. And a couple more slides around that is really just the idea. There's been a couple of research papers written since then, just highlighting how citizen science relating to SDGs can be helpful. So you can find these papers online just to go through the details. And again, like I said, UN Environment is a very, very big supporter of what we do, and that's been very helpful, leading to a partnership that I'll talk about a little bit later. And just a few numbers here just to sort of highlight that point. As we all know, there's 17 SDGs, there's 169 targets, and there's 244 indicators to help measure the effectiveness or the improvement or the progress of those SDGs. So the idea here is that right now, citizen science already contributes to about 5 of them, and more specifically, these around like water quality and air quality and things like that. But really, one of the analysis we've done as the citizen science sort of global group is really trying to sell citizen science really needs to be told by stories. And those stories, are we trying to focus on just sort of a few natural world type experiments, sort of doing the data collection, or is it really applicable across the board to different type of issues? And one of the agreements we made earlier on is really we should be looking at citizen science as a tool for any of those SDGs, so trying to find stories for them. So later on, one of the papers that was written is really around mapping citizen science contributions to the SDGs. And one of the things I found was that 76 of the indicators actually really could be supported by citizen science data. And one of the interesting things already, as we already know, or as they already know, is that for countries in Asia and Africa as well, sort of in similar state, is that they're only able to monitor about 20% of the SDG indicators at the moment. So we are not that far off from 2030 when this is meant to be driven home. And we're sort of quite lacking in data to really know how well we progress. So this is a big issue for the UN at the moment. So hence the importance of citizen science in this context. So lastly, just in terms of Asia then. So as we already sort of mentioned, citizen science actually does have a very long history in Asia in terms of observational things that are done annually, like sakura blossoms in the spring, bird watching, obviously, as everyone will know. But I think as a modern concept, it's obviously not that well known. I think I have to explain pretty much on a weekly basis what citizen science is with people I met. And even if they know about it, it really is in the context of global north, just from a language perspective. So given the context of Asia representing over 60% of the population, I think it's really, really important that there's more Asian focus in terms of things we can bring to the table and share. And obviously, there's also a lot of issues that are very highly regarded in Asia that needs to be solved. So I think it's important for us to be part of that conversation. So I guess going into what CitizensCience.Asia is about and sort of put context around some of the opportunities and challenges I want to talk about, like I was mentioning, there was really a lacking in representation. So what we did was sort of stand up and say, hey, look, maybe we should sort of take on that mantle and do that. So it's been 5 years on. We managed to sort of have some mini milestones. We're registered as a proper charitable organization in Hong Kong now. So there are things now we're sort of getting into more formalization of looking for funding and things like that. But it's sort of a slow progress so far. So just to break it down in terms of what we do around the mission. So we're really sort of broken down into trying to make sure we build global connections, having sustainable capacity, and tangible conversations with different groups. And this is how I'm going to talk about some of these opportunities and challenges. So with the connections, at the end of the day, what I also found over the years is that there are local insular groups in each of the countries that are potentially doing citizen science, maybe not at scale. So one of the things we're trying to do is really make sure that in the existing communities, those are all connected together. And again, as I mentioned earlier on, is really trying to bring home the point, what are the common issues people are trying to solve, and trying to solve those by putting it on the table with some of the other areas that are actually looking at some of these issues. And a lot of this comes down to sort of cultural, socioeconomic, language differences, as we've already alluded to. So one of the things we're trying to do is really just trying to highlight what is able to be done here versus what can't be, because we need more language expertise to make these projects happen. We have ambassadors around the region. We also having a lot of conversations with people. So having come to Korea, having conversations with people like CEO Kang is great, because we really understand a lot better what's happening in Korea. Because sometimes that's really difficult to sort of find out just online based on English searches, as an example. So we've done a number of things here on the right so far in terms of trying to market what citizen science in Asia is all about. We're obviously trying to continue to have these conversations with different people and just continue that progress we've already started over the last few years. Second thing is around capacity, which is the obvious thing here. As I mentioned, we don't have any resources ourselves, but what we try to do as best as we can as volunteers is really putting forth the skill sets that we have to help facilitate people who are actually interested in doing citizen science projects. Maybe it might be marketing their project, maybe they need IT development help for their app, maybe it's literally just trying to put them in connection with people who are doing that elsewhere, or just to get eyeballs on the project. So what we're trying to do is really just help facilitate that shared experience and knowledge across the group, as Chris also mentioned for Zooniverse, just having the community talk to each other, because there's no way we can support all of that. So that's one of the challenges here, is trying to educate the people on what it is, what they can do, and how they can help each other. And in that light, similar to being here, we've been at a number of workshops and conferences to talk about citizen science. And we've had the luxury of being in Thailand National Science Museum last year doing something similar as well. So the last bit in terms of conversation, this is the hard part, and this is not quite where we're at yet, but this is something that's important where we're trying to move towards, is really a lot of that is in sort of data collection, getting people involved, getting up and sort of being involved with activities. The next thing is really just more important is the conversations, is really trying to establish more conversation with whether it's social enterprises, whether it's with the government, is really then to take on and believe in the data that citizen science can provide, and then therefore there's sort of a bring that to full circle to ensure that they are also supporting the efforts that we're trying to do here. So a lot of this is actually just trying to raise more awareness and literacy in science, just to make sure that there's more people involved, especially from a top-down perspective. And this is one of the things that I want to mention earlier in terms of this conversations. One of the big things is in partnership. And as I mentioned earlier, there is sort of counterparts that I have that are working around the world doing something similar in terms of advocating for citizen science. And one of the important things that we've done recently is we have memorandum of understandings between the groups to ensure we're able to sort of share that knowledge and leverage each other. And more formally, there is actually a citizen science global partnership that was launched just last month. It's been in the works for the last few years, but we now have a formal entity that's launched, and they're going to formally work with the UN environment and other UN associated organizations to help drive home some of these global solutions and filtering down to other networks that are regionally specific. Because at the end of the day, as much as a global solution, they need to be very, very localized in terms of execution. So we sort of represent the Asia portion in that group to help make sure that anything we're doing is well coordinated. So just to close this off in the context of museums. So like I said, my background's not in museums, so I looked up the definition, and it just by chance happened to be a new definition that was sort of pronounced earlier this year. Maybe it's controversial to some degree from my understanding, but I think with this group, I think we're all on the same page. At the end of the day, some of the controversy, I think, involves like how much do citizen science get involved with museums, and I think the agreement here is that that's not really controversy in the sense that people believe that. I think it's important to make sure people are part of that journey. And so I just raised a few things here. Like I said at the beginning, I don't think I'm here really to be able to answer a lot of the questions because I'm on the journey myself. But here, hopefully, I can sort of raise some of the questions and continue on this journey with other people in this room. Is really just how then do we work with the museums themselves? Because I think there is a huge opportunity for them to be hosting, helping drive home some of the scientific facts, help sort of gather the volunteers as a place of trust. So. And that's already proven in some of the other places. So the point here is that in Asia, are we doing that in a similar fashion? And if it is already happening to small degrees, maybe it's not really visible and transparent, because one of the things I had a hard time finding out about was whether that's really happening. So being on the ground is important, but I think the idea is that the museums themselves need to be more open in sort of marketing the idea that's happening, and potentially maybe work with us to help them in that regards if that's necessary. So just a few things here, I think, just to close off, is just how can we work with you guys in tandem to make this happen. So a lot of these are just really in information sharing to a degree to start with. And there's a few things I mentioned on the bottom here. Definitely visit our website. You can sort of keep up to date on what we're doing, what's happening around the area. There's a community, which is an important part in sort of continuing these conversations and engaging each other. And there's a few facts there if you're looking for citizen science aspects that are specific to Asia. Thank you.
네, 멘델웡
Thank you very much for your presentation. So now let us see whether there are any questions from the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand.
뒤쪽에 마이크 좀 전달해 주십시오.
Please deliver the microphone. Thank you very much for your presentation. So this is my second time asking a question. If there's any other person who has a question, I can wait. Is there any other questions? If not, I would like to raise my question. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask another question. So you covered a lot of things in your presentation. And yes, please translate my question into English. And my next question doesn't have to be translated. So probably if my understanding is correct, probably Mr. Wong's title and organization was not correctly provided. But in your presentation, you talked about a lot of things, and in your presentation, you talked about what kind of activities your association is doing. And can you point out similarities of different activities presented by two previous speakers, and also the activities that your association is doing? And maybe if we understand the differences of activities that occur in different countries and different culture, it will be really useful to promote collaboration between related organizations. And once again, thank you for kindly expressing your condolences for the victims of the recent tragedy in Korea.
Thank you for that question. So just to be clear, so my title is founder and chairman of CitizenscienceAsia, which is the organization. So just to sort of differentiate what we do versus the two previous speakers is that Chris and CEO Kang each individually run platforms which support citizen science activity. And what we do is actually not a specific concrete project in that sense, is that we help facilitate and advocate for citizen science in itself. So in terms of in relation to what they do, we might help promote their activities. If they have an event or a Bao Blitz or a specific project that they're trying to get volunteers for, well, we would help try to market that a little bit. In their cases, they already have big successful platforms, so they may not need our help in trying to find whether it's app writing expertise or sort of protocols around their scientific research. But smaller interested citizens or researchers who want to do something similar in another place which is not as established in terms of their understanding of citizen science, we're hopefully trying to help them connect with people who might be able to help them, if not from ourselves, in terms of as sort of a consultant basis. So some of the activities we're doing is sort of less concrete in the sense that you can see and touch the project, but we're just trying to basically make sure we facilitate people who are actually interested in doing citizen science activities. So hopefully that helps answer the question.
네, 두 번째 질문 받아보겠습니다.
Is there any other question?
Actually, I just want to reflect on citizen science, maybe in Thailand, and maybe you can give us some advice. The reason I asked the previous presenter about like the platform that is used in Korea, because we have similar situation in Thailand that if the platform is totally in English, it won't be really applicable to most of the people in our local country. So it's quite useful to have a platform in local language. But the drawback is that this platform cannot be connected, internationally. And the data, instead of being part of the global, data, it will be kept only in our country, which is useful in a way, if it's the project relevant to our area. Now, but one thing that I think we still have this barrier in our country is that in certain community, we do have people who understand what citizen science is. How can we make use of it? But in a bigger level, in governmental level, we still need to communicate a lot. Yeah, and I don't know. You mentioned about like trying to help, making this as something more acceptable in a policy level. Can you elaborate that, or what can we do to do that? In country who is quite new to citizen science. Yeah.
Sure. Just the first quick point on your initial point around the language and sort of interoperability. I think with the technology hat, as I mentioned, I'm a technologist, so there are definitely a couple things that can be done. Even if the language of the platform is very specific to sort of a country or an area or group of people, I mean, the data itself can be transferred and collaborated on via sort of the format of the data, if you will. And in other cases, I think, yeah, definitely localizing in terms of multiple language that's supported on a platform is also what we're trying to push for. So there's a couple of ways around that. And on your actual question, in terms of the conversation, so as you mentioned, on the one hand, and which is where we spent more time so far, is really trying to, first of all, work with people who already understand citizen science, bring them together. That's sort of something that's ongoing and happening already. Second is sort of educating the general public. That's where the museums can help a lot, just being a venue. The last one, as I kind of mentioned earlier in my slides, is really the conversations with other people who really need to get involved and who can actually help drive some of this stuff top down. I don't have a clear answer per se. I'm still working through that. But I think part of it is really just trying to build momentum. And we talked about this offline separately in other contexts and other examples, really is around, at the end of the day, you need to have a proof of concept that's working. So to some degree, we're sort of very agilely working towards this problem in the sense that as we move forward, bringing in the different groups that I just mentioned in sort of that order so far, I think opportunities come up, sometimes surprisingly, sometimes planned. So I think it's just about finding the right opportunity and quickly sort of latching on if something comes up. If, say, a particular government, say Korea as an example, was sitting in this audience and decide, actually, you know what, this sounds like a great thing. I think part of it is really just having those relationships and conversations, and it takes time to build those. But you need to have enough proof of why they want to engage in. So having the proof of concept is one thing, and that's what we're just working towards right now. And it's quite organic in that approach. But I think the way I just mentioned is sort of the lowest amount of resource to work towards that. And this would depend, because working across like a huge number of countries and political situation here, they differ, and just sort of just looking at as opportunity comes along.
네, 그러면 추가 질문은 나중에 저희가 시간 관계상 세 분 모셔서
So we won't be able to take further questions from the floor, but if there are more questions, we'll be able to address them during the final panel discussion session. So I'd like to invite all the three speakers onto the stage so that we can entertain other questions from the participants.
네, 세 분을 강의를
So we listened to three presentations on citizen science, and we also learned about citizen science related platforms. So now that the three speakers are on stage, maybe we can have a short discussion session. I'd like to see if there are any other participants who have questions to any one of the speakers.
Thank you for your explaining of Science Museum and the future orientations of this museum, not only to society, but also some science itself. In Korea and as well as in the Southeast Asia, and maybe globally. My question actually is related to society outreach for science. For example, in the post-industrial revolution concerned, we may have to approach our science museum, exposition and education and some this forum and all this category of activities can be contribute to some way. I'm actually very much interested in sustainable development of society, not only this society and human relations, but also the economic aspect of society of the country. If it is possible for science museum contribution to society in economic and way, what sort of contribution is possibly be oriented by this science museum? Economy means it's related to ecosystem diversity and education and all aspects of actually human activity and social activity is related to economic aspect. So quite broad terms. So if you have any kind of activity in your country or in your region, would you explain or introduce this to us? And also, particularly if it is possible to virtual reality or some extended reality concerned, it's just for amusement or kind of some kind of fun, or it's not the case. I just want to say that the future generation has to be educated, some possibly cultured or nurtured by certain way. Okay, so in this sense, some economic aspect is also very important, as well as the cultural and just some kind of scientific introduction or information. So if it is economic concern, it will be directly related to future activity for their future career or future job, etc. So it is just a vague idea, but I just want to know this aspect. If you have some sustainable development goals for 17 goals, or if it's specifically 169 detailed goals, if it is the case, what Science Museum actually can do for these objectivities? Thank you.
So, well, let me talk from a citizen science perspective, and then maybe we can talk more broadly. But obviously, one is tempted to think about almost anything in life through an economic lens these days. There is a paper that exists that studies the Zooniverse, written by a guy called Henry Sauerman, who is, I think, University of Georgia economist, who we had a wonderful conversation with him, and then he wrote this paper that calculated the economic value provided by volunteers on the platform. And he did that by looking at the amount of time that they spent and multiplying by what he thought would be a reasonable wage. And the number is absurd. It's something like hundreds of millions of dollars of work have gone into this. Which makes me wonder whether I can have some of that money to run the platform. But of course, this is not what you're talking about. That's not the way to think about these things. I think one thing we've learned in the last few years is that scientific literacy of the general public in any particular country has direct impact on the economy when it comes to dealing with things like the COVID-19 pandemic. I think when you look at the responses and how different places have kept their populations healthy or not so, a large part of that has been about science communication and about people's ability to access and understand really quite a complex and changing scientific story. And so I think one role that, even though I'm an astronomer, which is about as useless as you can get economically, Zooniverse's role can, and citizen science in general, and certainly through there's this abstract role of educating our communities so that they can apply those skills to the challenges of 21st century economic life, whatever they may be. There's this general point that I think gets missed. But of course, in your worlds, there are specific things as well. You talked about environmental change, and that must have a sort of economic aspect as well.
I can jump in the meantime. I'm going to latch on to the education aspect of the whole economics, as you mentioned, in terms of the very broad sense of the definition. So just to echo what Chris just mentioned, I think one of the things is scientific literacy, which is really important. So I think I talked a lot more around the solutions with SDG and all that during my presentation, but the other aspect around scientific literacy, not so much in terms of the contribution back to economics in terms of financial terms, but just the fact that scientific literacy probably is probably at a lower stage compared to in the past. And I think that's something, especially in the Asian nations, is very concerned about, sort of keeping their place as very scientifically well regarded. So I think with scientific literacy, as I mentioned, I think part of it is really just with citizen science specifically in terms of how it contributes, and to some degree with the Science Museum, as you're asking, is really, I think, getting people involved and engaged and actually getting their hands dirty, if you will, in the activity, so they're actually learning much better, much more engaged. And I think it's just sort of getting that attention level from sort of the youth these days to really wanting to play with and understanding the concepts. And I think that obviously has long-term value. And I think that's where citizen science, along with the science museums, can really sort of partner in helping to your question. And then the second bit in terms of technology, again, because I'm a technologist, one of the things that I've been looking at is really just trying to understand from a community engagement perspective. So less about citizen science, less about science, but really just involving community is really how do you make use of stuff like virtual reality with the metaverse? How do you potentially use that in such an innovative way so that, again, in a similar theme, so that people are interested in engaging with the topic at hand? The trade-off there, being in technology, is just understanding with the metaverse as an example, how much of that in the technology sense in terms of environmental impact, kind of like carbon emission almost, how do you actually negate some of that so to make that actually worthwhile? So I think we're at that stage where I think it will prove itself to be useful, to be able to immerse yourself in this environment or situation which you might not be able to physically replicate. But I think there's still sort of a way to go in terms of make that at a cost or sort of environmentally friendly way.
예,
Yes, let me give you a brief answer. There is macroeconomy and microeconomy, but let's put that aside, and it is the same for the sustainability. And we are talking about the total value of resources. When we monetize them, we are talking about the value of these resources. But these resources cannot be translated into numbers. This is about the value. And I believe there is lots of contribution from citizen science. And if the science can take the leadership, and I believe we can find the answer.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the floor? Please look for the microphone. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for all the presentations. In our context in Latin America, citizen science is something that is new, and we are learning about that. And I am curious about what is the biggest challenge in attracting volunteers and citizens in different ways, and what are the strategies that you are using to reach them and to maintain them volunteering in the projects.
For different projects, we need to encourage citizens to participate, and the method can be various. First of all, when we try to monitor the biodiversity for a specific region, the target audience will be the citizens living in there. And from the beginning, we cannot gather lots of people. So we need to engage with a small number of people in the region, and then we can expand that to wider audiences. In Korea, when we do the citizen science project, it is not the large scale. Interested people first participate in the project, and they create a sort of community. Of course, it depends on the subject of the project. So we first gather and pick the opinion leaders or interested leaders. Then they can affect to other people. So we need to take phased approach.
Yes, I think that's right, to bear in mind that you have lots of different kinds of people interacting. I think one thing that we try very hard to do is not to use the word citizen science, because I think there's a good term for us because it connects very disparate worlds. But do you want to be a citizen scientist is a very abstract concept. And so finding the particular project that will work for your community or your communities, as in your presentation this morning, I think is really important. And then I think the biggest challenge, which is what you asked, I think is often a perception of the sort of Hollywood depiction of science, right? Or the ivory tower in English, we would say, that description of a university. So there are barriers, even if we begin with participation and with authentic participation, as I described earlier, there's a point where you reach the, oh no, I can't do that, I'm not trained. Or, you know, especially because they're collaborating with professional scientists, there's a point where there's a tendency to hand over, and people are liable to underestimate their own abilities and confidence, and that, I think, is always going to be the challenge, and we want to catch people where that happens and support them when that happens, or to have a community that can support them. But doing that at scale, doing that in a distributed way, doing that with many different communities is difficult and challenging and rewarding. But I think that's always the problem. It's the point where, almost the point where people believe the project is real. It's a website and that's fine. And then hang on, you're going to do what with that data? And this is particularly true in environmental cases where all we found with projects using medical data, where the pressure is more, you know, it's one thing, if I get a galaxy wrong, then who cares? But if I do something wrong in this project that's about cancer cells, we ran a project with a big UK charity, who shall remain nameless, looking at cancer cells, but we because of the funding, we used their branding. And their strapline was, in half an hour, you can help us cure cancer. And that's not inspiring, that's terrifying. Surely I should be trained if I'm going to do that. And so that project failed because people were scared. And so I think that sense of stopping people being scared is the really difficult thing.
한 가지만 더 말씀드리면
Let me add one more comment. As you mentioned, in this project, we need to understand what is the purpose, why citizens need to work together with experts. We need to provide good explanation. And in the region where citizen science is not popularized, science can be refused, and people wonder whether they can participate in science. However, as I mentioned before, my observation can become one important monitoring and one important data. Whether I gather 100 data or one data, my data can be very important. If people understand that, then they will participate. And the goal should not be that great. We need to approach one step after another, and we need to have staged strategy.
So yeah, I'm not running a platform, so I can't tell you exactly how I'm attracting volunteers directly myself, but just observationally having seen a lot of projects, and from what I can see, the ones that do work come down to sort of three classes in general. One is the obvious one, you gamify it, so people, and I think the thing is, as Chris said, these aren't really being marketed as citizen science projects. People don't even know what citizen science is, and that sort of works against what I'm trying to do. But in terms of your question, yeah, you gamify it so people are really playing it a game, and in playing the game, they're actually helping out, doing whatever, whether it's gathering or analyzing. A second type is a little bit more explicit in the sense that it's a passion thing. People worry about air quality. One of the projects that I was sort of part of early on was really just trying to understand the Zika virus in terms of tracking the vectors. So there's a concern people think they're able to sort of contribute to. So there's a reason why they're doing it and doing it in great numbers. Or even recently in the UK, I understand there's a COVID tracking program, which was very, very successful based on the concept of citizen science. And the third type is just, as part of a survey I was sort of consulting National Geographic with, one of the things as an option we put down in the survey was like, why do you do citizen science? Is really like, because I have time is something I do with my family. So I think the other aspect is just sort of the logistics around what the activity is about. Like if you market it at a time, say on a weekend or a holiday, when the family can do it as a unit, that ends up being something that sort of gets the volume of participation as you need. So those are sort of the three classes I've seen that have been working out so far. I don't have statistics to back that up, but I think observationally that's what I've seen so far, to your question, in terms of attracting volunteers.
네, 열띤 그
It was very heated discussion. Thank you very much. Due to the limited time, we would like to wrap up the session. And taking this as an opportunity, I hope we can understand the importance and value of citizen science. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation and Q&A.
Talk show of ISSM 2022. My name is Rayong-man. What kind of image do you have about science museums? I think museums are the places where you can experience science and you can learn about science by interacting with a lot of exhibits. It's also a space of exhibition, education, and research. In Korea, we have Daejeon National Central Science Museum. It opened in 1990, so it's 31 years old. And today we'll have discussions on how we can improve access to science museums, and various events are organized at science museums in Korea, and today we'll have discussions on how we can improve the realization of science museums in Korea and around the world. We have invited some panelists. I'd like to introduce the panelists. We have Mr. Baek Jung-hyun from Korea Science Museum Association. Hello. And we have Mr. Seo Dong-gun, who's a science YouTuber and who's operated channel Sweet Potato Head TV. We have Mr. Im Hyo-in, journalist from Chonjo Daily, who's also a correspondent to the TEDx Science Complex. We have Mr. Jung Yong-hwan, chairman of the organizing committee of the Global Science and Culture Forum. We also have citizens joining us as panelists. I'd like to ask the citizen panelists to introduce themselves. So we'll start with Park Jang-hyun. Hello. I'm a student of chemistry at Daksang Women's University. Hello, everyone. So good to see you. And we also have Kim Hae-jung joining us online. Hello, good afternoon. I'm a blogger, Kim Hae-jung. Thank you for your kind invitation, and it's good to see other panelists. We also have Mr. Kim Soo-kwang. Hello, everyone. I'm a curator at Busan Science Experience Center. Thank you very much for your kind invitation to this open talk show. And we also have Mr. Park Sung-gyu joining us. Good afternoon. I'm a physics student at Konkuk University, so thank you for your participation today. And we have Mr. Park Im-tae. Good afternoon. I'm a volunteer working at Busan Science Experience Center. Thank you for inviting me to this very meaningful event. And it's also good to see everyone for this talk show. And Ha-jung, please, it's your turn. Good afternoon. I'm a mother and I love visiting science museums, and thank you very much for your invitation. And we also have Miss Choi Won-young. Hello, I'm a citizen monitor for science museums. It's good to see you here. And last but not least, we have Miss Kim Sona. I'm a mother of elementary school students, and it's really good to see all the panelists here today. So thank you very much for your kind participation today. So we have about 60 minutes, and I'd like to also ask the panelists to introduce themselves. Mr. Baek, please. Hello everyone, I'm Baek Jong-hyun. So, what do you want to share today with the participants? I'm part of the Korean Science Museum Association, and I was involved in many different activities in relation to Korean science museums. And I think we still have some challenges that we will have to tackle, so I look forward to active engagement with other panelists here today. Now let's turn to Mr. Seo Dong-gun, who's a science YouTuber in Korea. Hello everyone. I'm operating a channel on YouTube, and I have 360,000 subscribers on my channel. And I cover different science topics like what happens if the sun explodes tomorrow, and what if we fall into a black hole. And I am also happy to be part of this discussion. So you have 360,000 subscribers, and you throw a lot of scientific questions to them. And Mr. Im Hyo-jin, a journalist, Miss Im Hyo-jin. Hello, I'm Im Hyo-in from Chungdo Daily. I'm currently working as a correspondent of the Daedok Science Complex. It's been 3 years since I started covering the Daedok region, and Chungdo Daily is a local news outlet. I'm here at an invitation, and of course, I'll have to first admit that I was not a good student of science when I was young, but I always think about how we can increase the visitors to science museums. And you do not like science, but now you cover science as a journalist. Now let us turn to Mr. Chang. In Daejeon, we are a city of science and art, and we want to make sure that citizens have easy access to science, and we organize World Science and Culture Forum, and I spent my 30 years in my life as a researcher at Korea Atomic Agency, and I've been also engaged in other research activities for more than 10 years, and I'm also involved with One Break World Science Culture Forum. And today we'll have discussions on citizen participation and science museums. And maybe we will think about how we can improve the utilization of science museums today. But before that, I would like to throw a quick quiz. And the citizen panelists should answer this question. And the question goes, of course, we have the Daejeon National Science Museum. Then how many science museums do we have in Korea? If you get the correct answer, we will send you a gift certificate. So you write down the answer on a piece of paper and please show us what you got. So we see different answers, 33, 31, 80, and 140, 151. So we have tens and also hundreds in our answer. So Mr. Baek, what is the correct answer to this question? We have a close answer. But instead of giving you the answer right away, maybe we'll have to, or let us try to get to the answer together. So considering the Korean population, or you have to consider population in estimating or counting the number of museums. We have one science museum per 350,000 people. And what's the population of Korea? We have around 50 or 51 million. Then you can calculate, right? We have about 150. To be precise, at the end of last year, we have 149 science museums in Korea. So the correct answer is 149. And did we have 141? One person wrote 151. The secretariat will reach you if you got the correct answers. You have around 150. So there are a lot of science museums in Korea. So I'm not sure how many I visited, but I'm sure that there are a lot more that I will have to visit. Let us learn more about science museums. Maybe we'll have to do that later after we have some conversation about science museums. So we do have so many science museums in Korea, and it is open to anyone in Korea. I remember going to science museums when I was young, and I have fond memories of it. So let me ask you this question. Do you have any special memories about science museums? Maybe we will listen from Mr. Chang. So, what science museums for you? And maybe you want to show us your answer. Yes. You think science museums are playgrounds. So, why do you think science museums are playgrounds? So, it's a playground for me because 30 years ago, when my kids were young, I lived near this museum. And when my kids were young, we visited the museum on the weekends. And after coming home from school, they like to spend a lot of time in science museums. So it was a playground for my kids. And recently, I have grandchildren, and they're 5-year-olds, and we visited the science museum together, and they really liked it, and they wanted to go again. So I had many more visits with my grandchildren, and they talk about the robot shows and the lightning shows that they saw. And I think they really enjoyed the time in the science museum, and it was also a good experience for me because it was a playground for me when I was young, and it's a playground for my kids, for my grandchildren as well. And remembering when I was young, I wanted to work as a volunteer at a science museum, and I learned about a program that's for science curators or docents. And you have to get the training for a week, and you have to pass the test, and you also have to practice your skills. I just assume that you can get the certificate if you just attend the classes, but all the classmates were really passionate about what they wanted to be, and they studied really hard. And also, I was told that a lot of people do not pass the test. So I did not study in the beginning, but looking at other students studying really hard until 11 p.m. and 12 p.m., I also studied hard. 30 years ago, I got the PhD, but I think I studied even harder for this certificate to become a curator. And I finally got the certificate to become a curator or a docent at a science museum. So you also have good memories about the science museums. I have a big respect for the science docents. So you think science museums are playgrounds. So Ms. Lim, journalist, what is science museum for you? For me, science museums are like my friends, and I always think about my friends. When I became a journalist, it was one day that I had to cover something in a science museum, and I was sitting in a bench, and the weather was really nice, and I walked around, and I saw some students coming out of the building, and I also saw some exhibits of inventions made by students. And I remember having some of my friends who really enjoyed science, who made the rockets. And also we used to have this science box, and it contained all different tools with which you can create some things. And there are many people who want to become scientists when they grow up, and science museums are places for kids to have fun, and looking at them having fun, also it makes me feel really good. So listening to you, I also remember making the blue cat, the rocket that I used to make when I was young. And Mr. So, do you have any special memories about science museums? So what's science museum for you? Science museums actually made me to dream of becoming an astrophysicist. I have a memory when I was 5th grader, elementary school student. I remember going to a science museum. It was a field trip. I did not like going to the science museum because other schools went to amusement parks, but my field trip was to a science museum, so I did not like it because I thought it's not going to be a fun. But there were also other students, 1st and 2nd graders, coming from other schools, and I did not like visiting different exhibits with younger students. But I think remember I was in a room which is a black dome and it was pitch dark. So I was sitting in the dark and there was a big sound. And on the circular screen, I looked at different planets and stars. It was a really good experience, but I also felt overwhelming. And after going to the middle school, I wanted to observe the stars. I lived in a city, so I don't really get to see the stars. But I traveled to Gangwon province, which is a mountainous region in Korea. And I was there alone, but I was able to watch a lot of stars. And I really have this special memory of visiting the Science Museum when I was young. And I dreamed of becoming an astrophysicist.
While listening to your answer, I think I can imagine the Silky Way on my head. And what about Mr. Peck? I was a former staff member of this science museum, so my memory is related to the suppliers side. What I would like to tell you is Science Museum is a space for education. In a school, we receive education, but Science Museum is a place for informal education and social education place. So the workers here have that perspective. Usually, Science Museum provides exhibitions. So we consider how we can demonstrate the exhibits and how we can provide science education, what kind of events we will hold so that we can engage with the citizens. Those are major topics for the staff members in Science Museum. And when I think about the theme of this symposium, I thought about the culture in Science Museum among visitors. There have been many changes. In the past, there was a leading educator in the 1990s, and the educator led all the students. At the time, this science museum was the only science museum in Korea, so there have been many visitors all across the nation. And teachers let the student explore the floor, and students now have the free time to look around the exhibition. Students want to see everything, so they push the button and they do not see the outcome and they just move on to the next one. So I think it is not appropriate. And recently I visited the exhibition zone and the culture has changed. Before the field trip, in advance, teachers first visit the science museum and they create the form to use in the field trip. And they see, we can see the worksheet, and they distribute the worksheet to the students. And students use that during the exploration. And when I look at families, children visit with their parents. And I met a family coming from Sacheon, a city far away from Daejeon. And I asked how the family can visit this site. And the parents said that my child loves science. When I was a staff here, there was a child and a mother, and when they visit without any preparation, I realized that they do not know what to see. So I approached them and provided explanation and explained the stories. Several days later, I received a postcard. At the time, many people sent postcard, and they expressed appreciation. And the children said that they want to visit Science Museum again. In my memory, I think they were from Pohang. So that was one of the memories I have. So in Science Museum, you can see exhibit and experiment and events. So you can do education that cannot be provided in schools. Thank you very much for the detailed explanation. Now we have so many citizen panelists. So we would like to invite them to share a special experience from them. First, let us turn to Jinyoung. What do you have in your experience? I have two children, so I'm a parent. And I'm a citizen monitor for Daegu National Science Museum. Our family visits Science Museum 12 to 15 times per year. And I think we visited there frequently when our children was in kindergarten or elementary school student. And there was a special show at the Science Museum. And based on scientific theory, they showed the experiment. And there were some participatory shows. So our children participated in that show and they had fun time. And even for parents, it was very enjoyable time. So scientific museums have different experience and they provide various programs. And I hope it can be connected to children and scientific theory. Thank you very much. You emphasize the importance of participation of children and scientific theories. Now we would like to turn to Ms. Kim Sona. Hello. I have two children in elementary school, and once a month I visit Science Museum during the weekday because there are not many visitors during the weekday, so we can participate in many programs. And I reserve the program and we can participate in experiment and we also fill up the worksheet. So during the weekday when we visit there, I can have a quality time. And in October, there are many events. And there was a YouTuber invited lecture, and many middle school students and high school students were enjoy the time. So I hope the YouTuber, the science YouTuber, can be more active for young children. I'm not sure whether children like me, but I will do my best. So I hope you can ask many questions to our children. So Science Museum is a space for experience, but sometimes we feel that there is a big hurdle. So we don't visit Science Museum many times. So what do you think about that? The citizen panelists said that usually they visit a science museum because they have elementary school children. And the YouTuber also said that he had a memory in elementary school. When I asked my friend, when their children graduate their elementary school, they do not visit science museum anymore. So preschoolers and elementary school students and their parents usually visit science museum for picnic, But after that time, they do not visit Science Museum anymore, and there is no opportunity to visit Science Museum when they become grown up. So there is a special period when people visit Science Museum frequently, and after that period, people do not visit there anymore. I would like to turn to Mr. Seo. So please turn on the microphone continuously, then we can control that. I would like to tell you about two things. First, the terminology is very difficult to understand. It is not about Science Museum. I believe it is the problem of science itself. Do you know about the visible ray? We understand what is the visible ray, but we understand it in a sentence, not the word itself. So, visible ray is related to the visual. So, the ray we can see is a visible ray. But we don't use the term frequently in our daily lives, so we think it is a difficult word. And what about nutrient? We understand that nutrient is the substance we need, but the term is very difficult to understand for children. So they learn these terms when they are in school, but they think it is very difficult, so they want to avoid science. I respect Carl Sagan, and at the peak of the science development in the US, Carl Sagan was very active, and I question myself why US achieved such development in that time, because they had common goal, and we ask why science needs to develop, and all people have different answer. But when people asked to the American people at the time, 70% of people may answer because they want to win the competition with Soviet Union. So they had a common goal. But in Korea, we have so many different answers. So there should be a reason for developing science that can be accepted by all people. Recently, I learned about Luxembourg. Luxembourg is very rich country, and the per capita income is very high. But recently, with the war of Russia and Ukraine, Luxembourg is now experiencing difficulties in financial industry. In the past, they thought that financial industry will be the source of income, but nowadays, Luxembourg people is trying to expand other businesses, for example, developing the asteroids. So I think in Korea, we need to have the common goal so that everyone can dedicate to the development of science. Mr. Seo made lots of effort in popularizing science. So what about Mr. Kim? For about 10 years, I've been very active in science. So we had a science concert, and we also visited schools. And one thing I realized is people think science is very difficult. There are so many people who give up studying science because they feel science is very difficult. The delivery of scientific content is difficult. If you look deeper, science is very easy, and we can find many scientific elements in our daily lives, in our phones and cars. So I believe it is the problem of delivery. Then who should be responsible for this? Recently, I participated in a lecture of Jinyoung, an author, and she said that science is the language that can connect human with nature. So who should make the connection? So science museum needs to play a role, and YouTuber needs to play a role. So scientific YouTuber and scientific communicators should be nurtured by the government so that we can deliver scientific content easily and nurture many people to the scientific direction. I believe we need to make that kind of effort. However, at the moment, many people do not visit science museums. So what is the reason?
Recently, my wife and I visited the Daejeon Science Museum, and we spent the entire day at the museum. And there are not a lot of things that adults can enjoy. That's why we have a lot of exhibits only for elementary school students or young students. I hope that there are some programs for adults. I understand that science museums of other countries offer some exhibits for adults. Maybe you want to offer programs for the young adults, like the millennials and the Gen Z, and also older population as well. Yes, I agree with you, because as was mentioned by other people as well, of course, most of the contents or the exhibits are for younger students, and there are not a lot of things that adult visitors can enjoy. Since I cover science museums, I understand there are some programs for adult visitors, but there are not so many adult visitors for those programs, and I do not believe that there are a lot of ordinary citizens who know about these programs. In other countries, you see there are famous museums, science museums, and natural history museums that a lot of adult tourists visit. But in Korea, we need to improve our contents offered by science museums that we can also attract a lot of adult visitors. So you highlighted the importance of adult programs, and what are some of the things that are happening at science museums in Korea for adult visitors? It is true that there are a lot of programs that are geared toward young kids, but we do have programs for adults. In Daejeon Science Museum, we have science and culture programs, and also we have visit programs. And we also have natural history programs, and we also have family atelier and family camp. And in Gwacheon Science Museum, they also offer a number of programs for adults. Unfortunately, the information on those programs are not well shared. And those programs are not covered by journalists. We do see people's demand, and if you visit the museum website, you can find information on those programs for adults, and you can also find related information on the association website. And you can also subscribe to our newsletters to obtain information on those programs offered by different science museums. But of course, we need more programs for adult visitors. So thank you. So we are listening to the panelists' opinions on what we need to do to improve the science museums in Korea. And since we also have the online citizen panelists, let us turn to what they have to say. So why do you think that you don't really visit science museums? Miss Ha? I have a daughter who is 10 years old, and I visit science museum at least once a month. And there are special exhibits offered by the science museums, and I think the special science exhibits are quite interesting for my kid. And of course, there are so many different exhibits, and usually even though we spent a lot of times in the science museums, I don't think that my kids do not really remember what she saw. So, out of all those exhibits, my kids select just one, and we also talk about the scientific principles and theories. But still, we don't really think that a lot of people visit science museums, and because you don't get to really receive detailed information or explanation on the exhibit, because I do not really have good knowledge on science or science principles, I hope that there will be some programs to help parents so that they can provide good explanation on the science exhibits to their kids. So let us turn to the next citizen panelist. So Mr. Park In-tae, so why do you think that people do not really visit science museums? Hello, I work as a volunteer at Busan Science Experience Center. My name is Park In-tae. I visit science museum at least twice per week. In order to improve the access to science museums, I think we have to have more education programs that really reflect the technological trends. A lot of people are interested in AIs these days. And maybe if you can offer programs on AI so that people can experience AI and can understand AI, then we'll be able to improve people's understanding on AI technology. In Busan Science Experience Center this year, we installed a new exhibit on VR, and by wearing the VR devices, you can really experience some scientific experiments, and it's a fun way to learn science. At the same time, in the Science Museum, there should be many more events for students and adults. In our museum, we organize a special exhibition on the global warming. We also provide sessions on young students. We invited many renowned speakers on the future of the young people's career. So there are things that science museums can offer, the things that schools cannot offer. So if we organize such events, I think science museums will receive more visitors. Thank you very much for your answer. Now we will turn to Mr. Park Sung-gyu. So what's your thought on this topic? Hello. I am a physics student of Konkuk University. Because I'm a student, I used to go to science museums in Korea. I remember going to the science museum, and I really enjoyed it when I was young. I really liked it, but after entering the middle school, I only visited the science museum when there were special events that I had to get involved in. And if there are special programs at Seoul Science Museum, of course I visited, but unless there is something special going on, I really didn't visit the Science Museum. Before, when I was young, visiting the Science Museum itself was fun, but I don't really make a visit unless I have to do, because after entering the middle school, if the exhibits are not interactive, it is not really interesting, and a lot of exhibits are for younger students, young kids, and I really like inventing. And of course, there is a commonality between invention and science. We have scientists like Einstein, and a lot of people believe that science is something that only scientists can do. But science is related to our everyday life. But science is thought to be something that you learn from textbook, and science something that is really difficult. So I have nothing to do with science. Maybe because of such perception, people don't really visit science museum these days. Of course, science museums can offer a lot of things, but unfortunately, not a lot of people visit science museums. Then what kind of improvements do we have to make in order to invite more people to visit science museums? I think thinking about the quality of science museums in Korea. Instead of just installing exhibits for elementary school students, I think it should be a place for all citizens. For example, to give you an example of the Seoul Science Museum, there are book reading programs, and there are also SNS events where people of different ages can all participate. But I do not believe that the demands from the adults are the same. For adult visitors, they don't want to obtain new knowledge. And visiting the science museum itself does not really have a special meaning. People should be able to have special experience, or people should be able to get something really special, like special items from the science museum. When people are young, they have special things that they want to purchase, and there are certain things that they want to collect. And sometimes they collect the special items and they show what they have on their social media. So we want to tap on to these people's behavior. If science museums can offer special items that these people can collect and show off, then people will come and visit science museums. And what if they can get a special DIY science kits? And of course, if they can have special experience from those things, they'll be able to, science museums will get a lot of attraction and have more visitors. So thank you very much for your comments. Now, we will talk about what we need to do to improve our citizen participation in science museums. So, Mr. Chang? As already mentioned, it is really critical to offer adult programs. We also need to provide special programs for the millennials and Gen Z. They like to post things on their social media. So if we can offer a lot of interesting things for them to experience and enjoy and participate, and maybe science museums can be a place where couples can come and enjoy. So we need to offer different things to cater to the different needs of different visitors. And we need to connect science and culture. And we also need the involvement of scientists. So you just talked about the participation of scientists and what can they do to invite more people to science museums. I think scientists should be at the forefront of improving public access to science. Of course, they should be good researchers to find new scientific discoveries, but they have to invest certain amount of time, at least 10% of their research time, to improve public access to science. So I think there should be more scientists who are interested in improving the public access to science museums and science. Of course, they have to have strong personal will and commitment, but there should be some policy support to support scientists so that they can be more involved in improving the public access to science and science museums. We have Daedak Science Park, and there are so many research institutes in Daejeon City. And we don't want visitors just to come to the science museum to experience the exhibits. What if we can tour these research institutes? We can develop tour programs of those research institutes in Daedak Science Park. What if we have the research institute's link on the Science Museum website? Maybe on Mondays we can visit this research institute, and on Wednesdays this Science Institute is open to the general public and you can tour the programs. So you don't just want to visit the science museums, but at the same time you can also have visitors to visit and tour the research institutes in Daejeon. So maybe you have to develop policies so that we can attract more visitors to the science museums and other research institutes. So of course, the research institute tour program is a really good idea, and that can be used to spread the scientific discovery with the general public. I think there was one program many years ago similar to that, but it wasn't a success because we did not have a lot of people who really wanted to visit the research institutes. We only had a small group of people who were interested. And in order to implement the tour program, we needed support and cooperation from the research institutes. Some research institutes have a really good PR activity, and there were others with insufficient PR capabilities. If we initiate a similar program now that we also can use social media, maybe we can have a successful research institute tour program. And maybe Mr. Chang, Chairman Zhang, you can work on developing the strategies for such programs. And of course, we want to share and promote the research outcomes by offering such programs. Because those projects are at a research level, we cannot really transform such research projects into scientific exhibits for the general public. What we can share with the general public is highly limited, and because it's a highly advanced science research project. We had a similar project. We had a pavilion or exhibit center in Daejeon Expo site to host some of the research projects, but we had and experienced some limitations.
Thank you very much. What about Mr. Seo? One of the citizen panelists said something, and it hit me hard. The rewarding feeling when they visit Science Museum. We have Mr. Chung, and I agree with him. We have social media, and we can post something. For example, we visit art gallery, and we take pictures in front of the pictures, and we post this to social media because we feel that this is an intellectual activity. But at Science Museum, when we take a picture and post it on our social media, it does not feel like that. So we need to share our rewarding feeling, and so we need to have the photo zone. We can have aesthetic area where people can take pictures and share that on our social media. And then among young people, visiting Science Museum can become something hip. After visiting Science Museum, maybe young people can think that they are cool. Mr. Jung also shared his idea. What about Ms. Im? While listening to various ideas, I can come up with various ideas as well. Several months ago, we launched and developed our own rockets and launching vehicle for the science. And there was an exhibition to encourage the scientists. So these kind of activities can be a very good tool to promote science. So like that, when people are very interested in science, we need to take that opportunity and do something. And as I mentioned before, there should be programs for young adults. And now science museums are open to the public, and there are many visiting exhibitions, but there should be more programs for wider areas so that citizens can understand what is a science museum. I had an investigation, and I realized that many people living in the center of the city understand what is Science Museum, but people living in the outskirts of the city do not know about Science Museum. So I believe the situation will be similar in other cities. So I hope we can be more open to the public. And let me add one more comment. In Daejeon and many other cities, we have scientists and researchers, and many scientists now retire. So I hope they can serve as a communicator in Science Museum after their retirement. Thank you very much for sharing various opinions. So now we would like to turn to citizen panelists. We have volunteer, monitor, journalist, and science docent. So I'd like to turn to Mr. Soo-Kwang Kim. Hello. I'm a docent in Busan Science Experience Center. My name is Kim Soo-Kwang. And per week, I visit Science Experience Center twice or three times. And I realized that many science centers are focusing on the people without disability in their exhibition and experience. So there should be Braille, and there should be the sign language interpreters, and there should be some special equipment for the people with the physical disabilities. And there should be experts who understand disabilities so that people with the disabilities can visit Science Museum and have no trouble in appreciating the science exhibition. So we need to ensure that people with and without disabilities can enjoy Science Museum. And I have a special memory of a visitor. A family of four with children with elementary school students visited Science Museum, and they had high interest in science, and they used the science materials before they visit Science Museum. So they studied science before visiting there, and they studied and they visit Science Museum frequently. So I understand that they have high understanding about Science Museum. You're working as the docent. So if you are a visitor, how do you want to enjoy Science Museum? Before I visit Science Museum, I will visit the webpage of Science Museum to understand what kind of exhibition is available. And even if it takes time, I would like to see everything and try to solve the problem I have by using the exhibitions. Thank you very much. So we need to explore it before we visit Science Museum. There are many ways to enjoy Science Museum. So let's turn to Miss Hae-kyung Kim. Hello, everyone. My name is Kim Hae-jung. I'm a blogger, and I have 4 children. When there is something interesting, our children want to visit Science Museum repeatedly. My first child is a high school student, and we visited a science museum when he was elementary school student. But there were so many things to learn. So we basically visit there frequently. Whenever we visit there, we set a mission to solve some problems. And when we complete the mission, I give a sticker or a stamp to my children. So when there is a map and collect the stickers, it will be very rewarding for children. And it will also encourage children to visit Science Museum more frequently. And whenever we visit Science Museum, there might be some system we can have so that people can gather their points, and those points can be redeemed with a souvenir, or they can use the point for experience. You have 4 children, and I think you feel the need for the program for different ages. I have children with different age. So whenever I visit Science Museum, there were many difficulties. If there is a guidance for different age children, older children can address their problem by themselves, and young children can receive some support from their parents. So I hope there is a guide for the children with different age. I think she is a big fan for Science Museum. And next, let me turn to Ms. Park. She is a college student. My name is Park Jung-hyun. I'm a student of Deokseong Women's University, and I'm a supporter of Science Museum. And I visit Science Museum once or twice every month. And I'd like to talk about a special visitor. Last month, there was a special event called Climate Justice March. I participated there, and there was a family who participated in the march as well, and they also visited Science Museum to see climate crisis special exhibition. They understand what kind of exhibition is available, and they visited Science Museum. So that was the experience of the supporter. If you are a visitor, how do you want to appreciate the Science Museum? I actually use this method. When I was young, I visited the permanent exhibition and science booth, and in middle school and high school, I will use experiment program and science camp. And as for the permanent exhibition, as other people said, there are not many content for others. But when I grow up, there might be some updates, and there might be some areas I do not understand fully when I was young, so I can visit there later on. And all museums have different zones. And someone said that there are 150 science museums across the nation. So I want to compare different museums by visiting there. And in Seoul City Science Museum, there is a special program. So you can visit there to participate in the program. Thank you very much. So we had very intensive discussion, and it is time to wrap up the session. So I'd like to turn to the expert panelist for the last comment. I haven't worked in Science Museum, but as a scientist, I'm very happy to participate in this session with good opinion and so many good people. We have science communicator, science YouTuber, scientists, and staff members of Science Museum. They all contribute to science development, so I hope they can contribute more. And in the future, I hope I can meet you as a volunteer in Science Museum. Thank you very much. And what about Ms. Im? We understand the importance of science and technology. This is very important. In order to become a science powerhouse for Korea, even young children need to understand why science is important, and we need to familiarize ourselves with the science and technology. So I was very happy to have this kind of discussion, and I hope we can see more development in Science Museum, and Science Museum can become a place where people can relate. Thank you very much. And what about Mr. Seo? We have scientists and people who are working in science field. So I learned many things and I can get ideas. So it was very inspirational. And based on my inspiration, I would like to create more videos on YouTube. So it is very shocking experience for me, and I learned many things. So I will make more good videos, and I hope we can meet again in the future. I will be your subscriber and I will watch your video on YouTube. Last but not least, I would like to turn to Mr. Peck. This is a science talk show. And we would like to have more citizens of science museums, so it was very useful session. And we have many good ideas from citizens. And I believe there were many good and new ideas. So we need to consider this seriously to come up with good ideas. And we are the visitors as well. So our mindset is also important. We need to make efforts to find out more information. And in our house, instead of just teaching science to our children, we need to ask questions so that children can have more curiosity. For example, we use microwave to heat up the rice, steam the rice. So we need to think why microwave is working. And we use the transportation pass in our subway or bus. So what is the mechanism for that? When we ask this kind of question, children may not have their answer. However, they will look up for more information. In this process, they can learn more and they can also find the answer from Science Museum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the excellent answer. This was very impactful and 6-minute session, and we listened to the panelists and citizens. Thank you very much for your participation. And with this, we would like to wrap up the talk show of International Symposium of Science Museums. Thank you very much.